In this video we will walk through the entire process of creating an audiobook for the public domain story The Lost World by Arthur Conan Doyle. Whether you are curious about how long it takes, how much it costs, or you are thinking about making your own audiobook, this video is for you. We will be using Storybook Editor, a tool inspired by traditional movie editors designed to make audiobook production easier and more flexible. Unlike a simple text-to-speech reader, Storybook Editor gives the authors full control over the narration and dialogue. You can fine-tune the tone of each paragraph, customize pacing, and even enrich your story with sound effects, music, images, and video. And if you are short on time, you can jump straight to the conclusion to find out the total time and cost involved in creating an audiobook with this tool. In this video we are going to use the AI Storybook Editor to create an audiobook from a public domain story. In this case we are going to go with The Lost World by Arthur Conan Doyle. Okay, and the first thing that we have done is just to get the plain text of the whole story, and we have copied in a text file. Okay, and in order to fit the program with the right text, we need to encapsulate each chapter so the program can fully understand. So now I am going to start this timer that will track all the time that I spend doing this audiobook. So in order to you to have a reference of how much time it takes for with this tool to create a full audiobook. Okay, so let's start. Okay, so the first thing that we are going to do is just to encapsulate each chapter. This will help us to fit our program, and the program will be able to properly identify each one of each chapter. So we are going to do that. We are going to encapsulate each chapter just with this simple tag. Okay, so we are going to encapsulate that, and we are going to make sure that this line is also there, because we are interested that each chapter can be also speeched. Okay, so we are going to do that for all the chapters. Okay, and we will put an ending tag for each chapter. So what happens here is that the program is going to identify this starting tag and then this ending tag, and for the program it will be easier to identify that all the text of the chapter is contained right here. Okay, so we are going to repeat this process for all the chapters of the story. Okay, so let's go. Okay, so we have completed encapsulating each chapter inside these XML tags. Okay, if we proceed to review it, we have to make sure that each ending, the text that ends the chapter has the closing tag, this, and the next chapter has the starting tag. So it's only a matter of checking that these tags are properly typed in the right position. Another thing is that this software is not a reader. This software is to be used as a full audiobook creation studio. And what is going to happen is that the system is going to identify for each of the dialogues to which character does belong to, and it's going to identify the emotion of each paragraph. Okay, so you have the full control when creating the audiobook to set the emotions of the whole story. Okay, so now that we have our text for our audiobook ready, we can go to the application. Okay, so we can go to the application, we can load the application, and we can create the project for the audiobook. Okay. So we are going to work with the OpenAI API key as the large language model provider, and we are going to go with Speechify as the text-to-speech provider. So far we are on this amount before starting, so when by the time we finish, we will be able to see how much we have spent in the audiobook creation, and the same happens for the Speechify. We have right now $13.95 so far, and we will be able to know exactly how much does it cost to create the full audiobook. Okay, so next what we are going to do is just to create a project of select a free slot, the Lost World. Okay, and we create the new project. Now we are starting a server process in our backend that will handle all the operations in regards to the large language model and the text-to-speech provider. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do is just to fit the software with the text of the book. So we press this option and we select this button, load an existing story from your computer. So we are going to select that. We are going to select the text of our story, and the software will parse the whole content of the story. If there is something wrong with it, that then it will highlight the right text, so you can go there and fix the issue. It's normally, if there is a parsing problem, it's because the quotes that start and end a conversation are not properly matched. There is one of them missing, so you have to go back to the text and just fix the missing quote. Okay, in this case everything is fine, so we can proceed now with the analysis of the story. We are going to go with ChatGPT for Omni. We want a good summary, a good analysis with a good LLM. So let's go. This process will take around a minute and a half. They are 16 chapters, and yeah, let's go. Okay, so the process has taken around 5 minutes, and we got summaries for around 200 words for each chapter. Okay, and the cost of this chapter summary process has been around okay, so before of that we were on 17, now we are on 24. So we have spent 7 cents in order to do this analysis. Okay, it's a little bit expensive, but for this particular stage, we are interested to get good summaries for each chapter. So we had to go with that. For the next, we are going to analyze the actors. Also, it's also important that the system gets it right. So we are going to go again with ChatGPT 4 Omni. So let's get the summary for the characters. Okay, the whole process has taken 45 seconds, and we got summaries for all the main characters. The protagonist, Edward Malone, the Professor Challenger, Lord John Roxton, Professor Summerlee, and Gladys, that only talks in the first chapter. It's just a minor character, Gladys. Okay, for now we are going to fully analyze the whole story, and we are going to go chapter by chapter, but we have a way to do in an automatic way the whole thing. The first thing that we are going to do is we are going to set the analysis to ChatGPT Omni Mini, because for this stage of creating an analysis for each one of the different chapters, we're mostly interested for an overall view of what's going on, not something extremely precise. So now that we have changed the model, the large language model, to something cheaper, we can go. And well, just let's start doing the locations. Okay, so we are analyzing the locations, but this time with ChatGPT Omni Mini, that it's a way cheaper model. And after we get these locations, okay, we are going to fully go and set the automatic process that will go chapter by chapter, getting an analysis of the scenes, the actors, and the locations in regards for each one of the chapters. So let's trigger the automatic process, and now it's going to take a while, maybe around 20 to 30 minutes to get all the chapters analyzed. It's possible that the connection can be broken, but there is no issue, because you can resume the whole thing and start over. So the system is prepared to fail, okay, because when you ask the system, the large language providers, sometimes they are not going to be able to provide an answer. So the system already knows that, and it's prepared for that, so you don't have to worry. Okay, so now we need to wait around 20 to 30 minutes to get everything, every analysis for each chapter. Okay, so the whole process of analyzing each one of the chapter has been completed. So for each one of the chapters we have a description of the scenes that are formed, each text. Okay, and let's check some of the chapters, for example. Okay. And what we got so far is just an initial calculation of each one of the dialogues. But since we have used a cheap model, we are not yet getting the best results, the best assignation process possible. Okay, we are getting something that it's just approximate. For example, let's go with the first chapter. Okay, the first chapter. For example, the first chapter, the one who first talk is the Mr. Hagerton, that it's the father of Gladys. And yes, it's a minor character that only appears here. And here are conversations of, so far my thoughts, this is the protagonist, so this should be, no. I have the presentiment that you are going to propose, Ned. Okay, this is Gladys. This is right, this is Gladys. And this is the... this is Ned, and Ned is... Ned is the protagonist. Okay. Okay, so yes, Ned is the protagonist. Is also known as Edward Malone. Okay, so in this first chapter there is a conversation that drives Edward Malone to look for an adventure, because Gladys asked him to do that. Okay, and yes, it's Ned, but in this case, okay, we are interested that a young man in his early 20s, a young journalist eager to prove himself, his love interest. So we are going to delete the reference to Ned, because we are interested that when we assign finally the voice to generate the speech for the right dialogues, we want to take Edward Malone as the main reference. So we will see how we can fully assign that. Well, in fact, we can do it right now. We can do it right now. Gladys, Mr. Harkerton, we can get a more accurate assignation of the dialogues right now. So we are selecting just this one. We are going to assign character voice to existing paragraphs. Okay. And what we are going to do is just to select ChatGPT Omni, because we want that the dialogues for each character are properly identified the best way possible with the right emotion. So we are going to go with ChatGPT Omni. Before doing that operation, I want to check how much cost have we spent in the whole analysis of all the chapters. So we were on 24 cents, and right now we are on 79 cents. Okay, so we have spent around 24 to 70 to 69. We have spent around almost 50 cents, almost approximately 50 cents. Okay, so let's move forward and do this analysis. Okay, so let's do that. Okay, so we got the results. Let's review them again. This is Mr. Hankerton, and when the couple starts to talk, we have we are going to fix some of the dialogues, so the LLM are not going to get always right the right character. For example, in this case, I have the presentiment that you are going to propose, Ned. I do wish you wouldn't. This is Gladys, okay, and this is just Edward, and this is Gladys. This is Edward. This paragraph, this dialogue is properly assigned to the right person. This is Edward Malone. This is Gladys. You have spoiled, and this is Gladys. Okay, let's center the whole text and apply the changes to all the story. So we have I didn't invent it, is Edward Malone. This is Edward Malone. Then this is Gladys. Well, perhaps if both love may be different, but I have never felt it. But you must, you and your beauty, your soul. Gladys. This is Edward Malone. Almost wait. This is Gladys. This is this is Edward Malone. No, it isn't. It's Gladys. This is Edward Malone. No, this is again Gladys. My character is Edward Malone. This is right. This is what can I do to mend it? This is Edward Malone. This is right. Tell me what's amiss with me. This is Edward Malone. This is Gladys. It's nobody in particular. It's only an ideal. I have never met the man. Gladys. I'm in love with someone else. It's nobody in particular. It's Gladys and Gladys. It's only an ideal. Tell him what does it look like. It's Malone. I suppose that we are getting the LLM problems to properly identify the paragraphs, because in the first chapter it's Edward Malone is referred as Ned, so that's why maybe it has some difficulties. But again, it's easy to just review the paragraphs and just fix it. So he might look very much like you. So this is Gladys talking about a dream she has about the man he likes. And how dare you say that? This is Malone. This is Gladys and Gladys. No, yes. Gladys explaining about her dreamed man. And yes, he's just playing with him. Gladys is the reason why he's going into this dangerous adventure, just to satisfy the ego of this person. I have done pleased with you, but you shouldn't do merely to please me. This is Malone. This is Gladys. This is Malone. This is Gladys. This is Malone. This is Gladys. This is right. That was brave of you. This is Gladys. I had it too. This is Malone. This is Gladys. This is right. And this is she gave me a kiss, but I dare to say I am a foolish woman. You are right. And Gladys, what should you not? I cried. This is Malone. She laughed it. This is why not? This is Gladys. This is Gladys. This is Malone. And not another word, shirt. You should have been at the office for the evening. It's only I hadn't her place in the world. Okay, she's just finishing the conversation. Ask him to do the unthinkable of going into a adventure just to satisfy her ego. Okay, just say let's save the whole story. And what we are going to do now is we are going to go to the Codex information, and now we are going to assign voices to the main characters of the story. So now what we are going to do is to assign the voices. We are going with Speechify as our text-to-speech provider, and we are going to select a voice for our narrator and main protagonist, Edward Malone. Okay, so let's...
Hi, I'm Michael. Spend less time staring at the screen, but keep learning.
Okay.
Hi.
Hi, my name is Keenan.
Hi, my name is Charles. I am an English voice from the United States.
Hi, my name is Timothy. I am an English voice from the United States.
I have a voice that I think I like, that is Dylan.
Hi, my name is Dylan. I am an English voice from the United States.
Okay, so we are going to go with this one for both the main narrator and the main protagonist. So it's Dylan and it's Malone. We select the voice and we confirm the assignation of the voice to the narrator. Okay, next we are going to select the voice for the protagonist, and in this case we are selecting exactly the same. So we have in both, for the narrator we have the voice of Dylan, and for Edward Malone we also have
Hi, my name is Dylan.
the voice of Dylan. Okay. For the Professor Challenger, I have a voice that I would like to use, that it's not in the catalog of voices for the text-to-speech provider. So for the Professor Challenger, I would like to upload and clone this voice.
I turn out a worthless fellow. My good fortune. I become a rich
Okay, so we are going to use this for Professor Challenger. So we are cloning the voice in order for our text-to-speech provider, that it's Spotify, to be able to use it. Okay. We select the voice and confirm the assignation of the Professor Challenger. Okay. I have another voice for Lord John Roxton. Okay, so let's go with this voice.
A jolly art critic. There is a healthy bank holiday atmosphere about this book.
So he will be Lord John. We select and confirm the assignation of the voice that we want to use, the voice we are cloning, in order to Speechify to use it as for the generation process. For the voice of Gladys, let's see what we have as in the provider side.
Hi, my name is Lisa. I am an English voice from the United States. Hi, my name is Emily. I am an English voice from the United States.
Hi, my name is Kim.
Hi, my name is Ankit.
Hi, my name is Julie. I am an English voice from the United States.
Hi, my name is Linda. I am an English voice from Australia.
Hi, my name is Beverly. I am an English voice from the United Kingdom.
Okay, let's go with Beverly for Gladys. So far we have used a voice from the catalog of the text-to-speech provider, that is Dylan, and we have cloned two of our own, the voices that we want to use for both Professor Challenger and Lord John Roxton. And in the case of Gladys, we have used another voice from the catalog of voices of the text-to-speech provider. For the Professor Summerlee, I also want to clone my own voice, a voice that I have.
I do not pretend to tell it what command distinguished itself.
So this is Professor Summerlee. Okay, we select the voice, confirm the assignation, and replace all the references to all the dialogues of Professor Summerlee for all the story. Okay, so let's go into the first chapter. Okay, and there is a character that only appears here, that it's Mr. Hagenthorpe. That he only has just one dialogue in the whole first chapter, that it's in the first page, this only one. So we are going just to assign a random voice from the catalog. Anything would do.
Hi, my name is Alonzo.
Hi. Hi, my name.
Hi, my name is Noel.
Hi, my.
Hi, my name is Clay.
Hi, my name is Percy.
Okay, let's go with Percy. And since this is one of the minor characters, we are going to create a folder that we can call anything we want, but I will call it randoms. And we are going to move Percy into randoms. We select it, we confirm the assignation for the story. Okay, so we have assigned Mr. Haggerton to that voice.
Hi, my name is Percy.
Okay, and if we go to this the chapter, the first chapter, and review all the text, we can see that for the narrator we have the references to the right voice.
Hi, my name is Dylan. I am an English voice from the United States.
Okay, this is for the narrator, and since we are using exactly the same for the dialogues of the protagonist, Edward Malone is also.
Hi, my name.
It's also there. Okay, so in the first chapter, only 3 characters are going to speak. One, Mr. Haggerton, just only once, and then there will be a conversation between Gladys and Malone. Okay, so what we need to do now is we need to do some minor adjustment, okay, in order to adjust the timing, especially between one page and the other. In order to do that, we have to select this option to create the visual layer, and we are going to select these 2 options. Okay, these 2 options in the case that you want to create images that go along the story. In the case that you want to do an illustrated book, you have this option, but for now what we are going to do is just to use them, just to make this adjustment in the timing, and we will move away the image because we are not interested right now to do that part. So we are going to do that. We are going to go with the cheapest large language model, in this case Omni Mini. So let's go. Okay, so let's save the progress, and now if we review the timeline, okay, so we have in the timeline we have this layer that belongs to the image. Okay, the image is right here, but we are not interested to use images, so we are going to put it out of the way, because this tool was meant to give options to the authors to be able to create anything they want to express, to tell the story they want. So if they want to have the option to put some images, some illustrations, they have this option. But for this particular case of just creating an audiobook, it's not really necessary. Okay, and yes, we have adjusted the timings. The assignations to the dialogues are properly done. The motions for the different dialogues are properly defined. Okay. And the only thing left to do is just to start generating the speech. Okay, so we are going to start just with the first page, and to generate the speech for the first page, let's press this button right here and here. And now we are generating the speech for this first page. Okay, so the text-to-speech generation for the first page has finished. Let's review the results.
Chapter 1. There are heroisms all round us. Mr. Hungerton, her father, really was the most tactless person upon earth. A fluffy, feathery, untidy cockatoo of a man, perfectly good-natured, but absolutely centered upon his own silly self. If anything could have driven me from Gladys, it would have been the thought of such a father-in-law. I am convinced that he really believed in his heart that I came round to the Chestnuts 3 days a week for the pleasure of his company, and very especially to hear his views upon bimetallism, a subject upon which he was by way of being an authority. For an hour or more that evening I listened to his monotonous chirrup about bad money driving out good, the token value of silver, the depreciation of the rupee, and the true standards of exchange.
Suppose,
he cried with feeble violence,
that all the debts in the world were called up simultaneously.
Okay, it seems that we have some issue here. Okay, this speech was not properly assigned, so we are going to fix that. It's Mr. Hungerton, and the emotion is energetic. Energetic. So we are generating the speech again. Okay, so let's play from here.
suppose
he cried with feeble violence,
that all the debts in the world were called up simultaneously and immediate payment insisted upon, what under our present conditions would happen then?
I gave the self-evident answer that I should be a ruined man, upon which he jumped from his chair, reproved me for my habitual levity, which made it impossible for him to discuss any reasonable subject in my presence, and bounced off out of the room to dress for a Masonic meeting.
Okay, so that was for the first page. Okay, so let's, before proceeding to generate the speech for the rest of the pages of this chapter, let's change some things. First of all, let's choose some font type for the whole text, something that we can like. Okay, I like this this style. Also, the color of the dialogues, I am going to go with a different color for the dialogues, something that I rather prefer, that is this blue. You can choose to be black these dialogues if you prefer. You can choose any color you prefer. Okay, so now that we have choose everything, let's apply the changes to the rest of the pages. Okay, since this font type is larger, it might be necessary to adjust some of the font size of some particular pages. Another thing that we need to adjust is the image that should be moved out of the way. So now the image is out of the way in all the pages, and we are ready to generate the first chapter. So let's go. Let's generate the first chapter. Okay, so the text-to-speech generation has been completed, so let's review the results. We will start by the page 2, because the page 1 we already did it. Okay, so we load the page 2, and let's go.
At last I was alone with Gladys, and the moment of fate had come. All that evening I had felt like the soldier who awaits the signal which will send him on a forlorn hope of victory and fear of repulse alternating in his mind. She sat with that proud, delicate profile of hers outlined against the red curtain. How beautiful she was. And yet how aloof. We had been friends, quite good friends, but never could I get beyond the same comradeship which I might have established with one of my fellow reporters upon the Gazette. Perfectly frank, perfectly kindly, and perfectly unsexual. My instincts are all against a woman being too frank and at her ease with me. It is no compliment to a man. Where the real sex feeling begins, timidity and distrust are its companions, heritage from old wicked days when love and violence went often hand in hand. The bent head, the averted eye, the faltering voice, the wincing figure, these, and not the unshrinking gaze and frank reply, are the true signals of passion. Even in my short life I had learned as much as that, or had inherited it in that race memory which we call instinct. Gladys was full of every womanly quality. Some judged her to be cold and hard, but such a thought was treason. That delicately bronzed skin, almost oriental in its colouring, that raven hair, the large liquid eyes, the full but exquisite lips, all the stigmata of passion were there. But I was sadly conscious that up to now I had never found the secret of drawing it forth. However, come what might, I should have done with suspense and bring matters to a head tonight. She could but refuse me, and better be a repulsed lover than an accepted brother. So far my thoughts had carried me, and I was about to break the long and uneasy silence, when two critical dark eyes looked round at me, and the proud head was shaken in smiling reproof.
I have a presentiment that you are going to propose, Ned. I do wish you wouldn't, for things are so much nicer as they are.
I drew my chair.
Okay, it seems that the volume is too high here, so let's adjust it.
I have a presentiment that you are going to propose, Ned. I do wish you wouldn't, for things are so much nicer as they are.
I drew my chair a little nearer. Now, how did you know that I was going to propose? I asked in genuine wonder.
Don't women always know?
Okay, it seems that the voice of Gladys is way louder, but it's around 50% of what it should be, so we can work with that.
Don't women always know? Do you suppose any woman in the world was ever taken unawares? But, oh Ned, our friendship has been so good and so pleasant. What a pity to spoil it. Don't you feel how splendid it is that a young man and a young woman should be able to talk face to face as we have talked?
I don't know, Gladys. You see, I can talk face to face with the station master. I can't imagine how that official came into the matter, but in he trotted and set us both laughing. That does not satisfy me in the least. I want my arms round you and your head on my breast and, oh Gladys, I want... She had sprung from her chair as she saw signs that I proposed to demonstrate some of my wants.
You've spoiled everything, Ned.
Okay, it seems that the audio generated is starting in later time, so let's fix that. So we are going to open Audacity, and we can observe that the audio starts after 600 milliseconds. So we are going to cut the time, save the result, and upload the result into the system. Let's play again from here.
That does not satisfy me in the least. I want my arms round you and your head on my breast and, oh Gladys, I want... She had sprung from her chair as she saw signs that I proposed to demonstrate some of my wants.
You've spoiled everything, Ned,
she said.
It's all so beautiful and natural until... It's all so beautiful and natural until this kind of thing comes in. It is such a pity. Why can't you control yourself?
I didn't invent it. I pleaded. It's nature. It's love.
Okay, maybe we can choose another emotion for this one. Maybe assertive.
I didn't invent it. I pleaded. It's nature. It's love.
Well, perhaps if both love.
Okay, let me just adjust the Gladys into 50%, so we don't have to do it all the time. Okay, we have adjusted the volume of Gladys, so we can continue with reviewing the text-to-speech generation.
I didn't invent it. I pleaded. It's nature. It's love.
Well, perhaps if both love, it may be different. I have never felt it.
But you must. You, with your beauty, with your soul. Oh, Gladys, you were made for love. You must love.
One must wait till it comes.
But why can't you love me, Gladys? Is it my appearance or what? She did unbend a little. She put forward a hand, such a gracious, stooping attitude it was, and she pressed back my head. Then she looked into my upturned face with a very wistful smile.
No, it isn't that,
she said at last.
You're not a conceited boy by nature, and so I can safely tell you it is not that. It's deeper.
My character?
Okay, sometimes there might be an issue loading some of the tracks, so let's save. And we are going to reload this page, so we can check these two last paragraphs of here. Okay. So, my character.
My character? She nodded severely. What can I do to mend it? Do sit down and talk it over. No, really, I won't if you'll only sit down. She looked at me with a wondering distrust which was much more to my mind than her wholehearted confidence. How primitive and bestial it looks when you put it down in black and white. And perhaps after all, it is only a feeling peculiar to myself. Anyhow, she sat down. Now, tell me what's amiss with me.
I'm in love with somebody else,
said she. It was my turn to jump out of my chair.
It's nobody in particular,
she explained, laughing at the expression of my face.
Only an ideal. I've never met the kind of man I mean.
Tell me about him. What does he look like?
Oh, he might look very much like you.
How dear of you to say that. Well, what is it that he does that I don't do? Just say the word. Teetotal, vegetarian, aeronaut, theosophist, superman. I'll have a try at it, Gladys, if you will only give me an idea what would please you. She laughed at the elasticity of my character.
Well, in the first place, I don't think my ideal would speak like that,
said she.
He would be a harder, sterner man, not so ready to adapt himself to a silly girl's whim. But above all, he must be a man who could do, who could act, who could look death in the face and have no fear of him. A man of great deeds and strange experiences. It is never a man that I should love, but always the glories he had won, for they would be reflected upon me. Think of Richard Burton. When I read his wife's life of him, I could so understand her love. And Lady Stanley. Did you ever read the wonderful last chapter of that book about her husband? These are the sort of men that a woman could worship with all her soul, and yet be the greater, not the less, on account of her love. Honoured by all the world as the inspirer of noble deeds.
She looks so beautiful in her enthusiasm.
Okay, it seems that it cut short this paragraph, so we are going to increase the time to 45.5. We are going to play again this paragraph.
He would be a harder, sterner man, not so ready to adapt himself to a silly girl's whim. But above all, he must be a man who could do, who could act, who could look death in the face and have no fear of him. A man of great deeds and strange experiences. It is never a man that I should love, but always the glories he had won, for they would be reflected upon me. Think of Richard Burton. When I read his wife's life of him, I could so understand her love. And Lady Stanley. Did you ever read the wonderful last chapter of that book about her husband? These are the sort of men that a woman could worship with all her soul, and yet be the greater, not the less, on account of her love, honoured by all the world as the inspirer of noble deeds.
She looked so beautiful in her enthusiasm that I nearly brought down the whole level of the interview. I gripped myself hard and went on with the argument. We can't all be Stanleys and Burtons, said I. Besides, we don't get the chance, at least I never had the chance. If I did, I should try to take it.
But chances are all around you. It is the mark of the kind of man I mean that he makes his own chances. You can't hold him back. I've never met him, and yet I seem to know him so well. There are heroisms all round us waiting to be done. It's for men to do them, and for women to reserve their love as a reward for such men. Look at that young Frenchman who went up last week in a balloon. It was blowing a gale of wind, but because he was announced to go, he insisted on starting. The wind blew him 1,500 miles in 24 hours, and he fell in the middle of Russia. That was the kind of man I mean. Think of the woman he loved, and how other women must have envied her. That's what I should like to be, envied for my man.
I'd have done it to please you.
But you shouldn't do it merely to please me. You should do it because you can't help yourself, because it's natural to you, because the man in you is crying out for heroic expression. Now, when you described the Wigan coal explosion last month, could you not have gone down and helped those people, in spite of the choke damp?
I did.
You never said so.
There was nothing worth bucking about.
I didn't know.
She looked at me with rather more interest.
That was brave of you.
I had to. If you want to write good copy, you must be where the things are.
What a prosaic motive. It seems to take all the romance out of it. But still, whatever your motive, I am glad that you went down that mine.
She gave me her hand, but with such sweetness and dignity that I could only stoop and kiss it.
I dare say I am merely a foolish woman with a young girl's fancies, and yet it is so real with me, so entirely part of my very self that I cannot help acting upon it. If I marry, I do want to marry a famous man.
Why should you not? I cried. It is women like you who brace men up. Give me a chance and see if I will take it. Besides, as you say, men ought to make their own chances and not wait until they are given. Look at Clive, just a clerk, and he conquered India. By George, I'll do something in the world yet. She laughed at my sudden Irish effervescence.
Why not?
She said,
You have everything a man could have. Youth, health, strength, education, energy. I was sorry you spoke. And now I am glad, so glad, if it wakens these thoughts in you.
And if I do!
Okay. First of all, this one is falls short, so this is 12.4, and this one should be redone because it's just let's go with warm. Okay, let's generate the speech. Okay, let's review. Let's go from here.
She laughed at my sudden Irish effervescence.
Why not?
She said,
You have everything a man could have. Youth, health, strength, education, energy. I was sorry you spoke. And now I am glad, so glad, if it wakens these thoughts in you.
And if I do, her dear hand rested like warm velvet upon my lips.
Not another word, sir. You should have been at the office for evening duty half an hour ago, only I hadn't the heart to remind you. Some day, perhaps, when you have won your place in the world, we shall talk it over again.
And so it was that I found myself that foggy November evening, pursuing the Camberwell tram with my heart glowing within me, and with the eager determination that not another day should elapse before I should find some deed which was worthy of my lady. But who in all this wide world could ever have imagined the incredible shape which that deed was to take, or the strange steps by which I was led to the doing of it? And, after all, this opening chapter will seem to the reader to have nothing to do with my narrative, and yet there would have been no narrative without it, for it is only when a man goes out into the world with the thought that there are heroisms all round him, and with the desire all alive in his heart to follow any which may come within sight of him, that he breaks away, as I did, from the life he knows, and ventures forth into the wonderful mystic twilight land where lie the great adventures and the great rewards. Behold me then, at the office of the Daily Gazette, on the staff of which I was a most insignificant unit, with the settled determination that very night, if possible, to find the quest which should be worthy of my Gladys. Was it hardness? Was it selfishness, that she should ask me to risk my life for her own glorification? Such thoughts may come to middle age, but never to ardent 23 in the fever of his first love.
Okay, we are going to extend a little bit of the time here, so we are going to go with 7. It's the end of the chapter, so we can afford some minor delay. So 7, 8. It's enough. So if we check it.
Never to ardent 23 in the fever of his first love.
Okay, that's good. Okay, so we are going to now review, let's save, and now we are going with the chapter 2. We are going to review the dialogues. In this chapter, Malone is talking with his boss. That it's McHartler. Okay, and we have also Professor Challenger for the first time, and Tab Henry, a colleague of Malone. Okay, so McHartler only appeared, I think, in this another chapter, and Tab Henry, I think it only appears here. Let's assign voices to McHartler. Okay, so we are going to choose a voice from here, a male voice from here.
Hi, my name is Pat. Hi, my name is Spencer. I am an English voice from the United States.
Hi, my name is Doyle.
Hi, my name is Darren.
Hi, my name is Terrence.
Hi, my name is Santiago.
Hi, my name is Benny. I am an English voice from the United States.
Hi, my name is Alonzo. I am an English voice.
Hi, my name is Benny.
Okay, let's go with Benny. Okay, let's select the voice for Matt Hartle. And for Tarp Henry, a colleague of Malone. Okay, so let's choose another random voice from the catalog.
Hi, my name is Edmund. I am an English voice from the United States.
Hi, my name is Alan. I am an English voice. Hi, my name is Jimmy. I am an English voice from the United States.
Hi, my name is Everett. I am an English...
Okay, let's go with Everett. Okay, we select, confirm. So now what we are going to do, we are going to remove both at this level, at the level of the codex, of the chapter codex, we are going to remove both this entry and this entry, because we are interested that the information about the characters, including their voices, are taken from the global level of the codex, not from the local level. So now what we can do is just to calculate, find out the right characters for each dialogue, and we are going again to use ChatGPT Omni. Okay. Before proceeding, there was something that I wanted to show you. That was that we were at this amount when we have first generated the first chapter, 30 with 95 USD. So now if we refresh, we will see the cost. So we barely have spent 11 cents in this first chapter. This first chapter is about how much words it's this chapter about. No, this is the previous chapter. I want to know the first chapter. Okay, so the first chapter contains a total of 2,109 words, 11,000 characters. Okay, so 4 pages just here. So for these 4 pages we have spent 10 cents with Speechify. Okay, so let's resume the progress that we were doing with the chapter 2. Okay, so now we were going to calculate, find out the right characters for each dialogue. So we are going to proceed, and we are going to go with ChatGPT Omni to get the best response possible. Okay, let's save the progress, and now we can go to the pages, reviewing if the assignation was properly done. Okay, so we go in the chapter 2, and we are going to review. This is McCartland. Okay, I thanked him. The culinary exposition was excellent. You have the true perspective touch. What did you want to see about? So this is again McCartland. This is Malone, right? This is McCartland. Okay. This is, do you think, search? Okay, this is Malone, McCartland, Malone. Matt Harler, Malone, Matt Harler, and Matt Harler. Okay. This is Malone. This is Matt Harler. This is Matt Harler. You're very good, sir. This is Malone. I wonder, he said last. You seem. You're very good, sir. You're very good, sir. Is Malone. So why should you not try the luck with Professor Challenger? McHarler, Challenger, Professor Challenger, Malone. This is, do you mind? This is McHarler. Okay. Malone. This is McHarler. Okay. I really know nothing about him. Malone, McHarler. And this is just exposition. This is a note. Here is a summary record. Summary of his record. I give it to you. Okay, so this might be the narrator speaking the whole thing. So we are going to change this to the narrator, and there, take it with you. I have nothing. This is McHarler. This is Malone. And this is McHarler. Went to the okay, narration. What do you know about Professor Challenger? This is the friend, I think. I entered the club. I noticed Tarp Henry. What do you know of the Professor Challenger? This is Malone asking. Challenger. This is Tarp. Okay. We are going to calculate the assignation just for this page, because we get a more accurate assignation if we do it for each single page, in the case that when you ask for the whole chapter, the LLM can have problems to properly classify everything. So if you give it less information, it's more accurate. Okay, so let's do that. Let's ask to find out for each dialogue to what characters do they belong. So what do you know about Professor this is Malone, but this is Tarp Henry. Okay. Challenger was the man. Okay, this is Tarp Henry. What story is Malone? This is Tarp Henry. This is Malone. This is Tarp Henry. You don't say, and this is Malone. Okay, let's go with the next page. Let's see the assignation. Okay, this is Malone. No, McHarley is not in this section, so let's calculate again the assignation. Okay, so well, I was not bothering. Good Lord is Malone. Malone. No, this is Tab Harler. This is Edward Malone. This is Tab Henry. This is Malone, and this is Tab Henry. This is classified properly. Okay. Next, Edward Malone. Again, this page is wrongly assigned, so let's do it again. Okay, you said he's a faddist. Okay, this is Malone, this is Tab Henry, this is Malone, Tab Henry, and Malone. Okay, finally the conversation with Tab Henry continues here. Okay, so let's work on this new page. Okay, this is Malone. This is Tab Henry. 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 This is Malone. No, I'm getting it wrong. No, it's he's talking with Tab Henry. Okay, so this is Tab Henry. And this can be speeched by Malone. And this is Tab Henry. You infernal liar. This is silence, and this is Malone, and this is Tab Henry. This is Malone. This is Tab Henry. This is Malone. This is Tab Henry. Okay. Okay, we have fixed all the dialogues to the right characters, so we can proceed with the next step. That would be just to make the operation to adjust the timings, and to do that we need to select this option and create the visual layer Okay, and we are going to go with ChatGPT Omni Mini because it's we don't need to spend much to do this visual layer and timing adjustment. Okay, so we now save the result, and we can now proceed to generate the speech. Okay, so we select the first page, and we proceed to generate the speech for the 12 pages. So let's go ahead. Okay, the text-to-speech generation for the first chapter has been completed. Let me adjust the camera. Okay, so let's review the results.
Chapter 2. Try your luck with Professor Challenger. I always liked McCardle, the crabbed, old, round-backed, red-headed news editor, and I rather hoped that he liked me. Of course, Beaumont was the real boss, but he lived in the rarefied atmosphere of some Olympian height from which he could distinguish nothing smaller than an international crisis or a split in the cabinet. Sometimes we saw him passing in lonely majesty to his inner sanctum, with his eyes staring vaguely and his mind hovering over the Balkans or the Persian Gulf. He was above and beyond us, but McCardle was his first lieutenant, and it was he that we knew. The old man nodded as I entered the room, and he pushed his spectacles far up on his bald forehead.
Well, Mr. Malone, from all I hear, you seem to be doing very well,
said he.
Okay. Too loud, and maybe the way the emotion is not right. So let's go with assertive, and 50% of the
Well, Mr. Malone, from all I hear, you seem to be doing very well,
said he in his...
This one is way better. Okay, so...
Well, Mr. Malone, from all I hear, you seem to be doing very well,
said he in his kindly Scotch accent. I thanked him.
The colliery explosion was excellent. So was the Southwark fire. You have the true descriptive touch.
Okay, let's change the motion here also. Energetic, assertive, and 50%.
I thanked him.
The colliery explosion was excellent. So was the Southwark fire. You have the true descriptive touch. What did you want to see me about?
To ask a favor. He looked alarmed, and his eyes shunned mine.
Tut! Tut! What is it?
Okay, that one was way off. So it's going to be sad, relaxed. Let's go with warm. Okay.
He looked alarmed, and his eyes shunned mine.
Tut! Tut! What is it?
Do you think, sir, that you could possibly send me on some mission for the paper?
I still don't like it. Yeah. Let's go with direct and 50%.
Tut. What is it?
Do you think, sir, that you could possibly send me on some mission for the paper? I would do my best to put it through and get you some good copy.
What sort of me?
Okay, let's adjust the voice of the chief editor to 50%, because I think it's the problem is with the Malone voice, that it is generating a not loud enough voice. Okay, so we are going to adjust. Okay, this would be for okay.
Tut. What is it?
Do you think, sir, that you could possibly send me on some mission for the paper? I would do my best to put it through and get you some good copy.
What sort of mission had you in your mind, Mr. Malone?
Well, sir, anything that had adventure and danger in it. I really would do my very...
Okay, this is curious because I have just copied the text, and I don't think that this is a typo on the original text. I have to respect this kind of typos on the original text. I copied the text, so this should be like this. So I will keep it that way. Okay, I will keep it that way.
What sort of mission had you in your mind, Mr. Malone?
Well, sir, anything that had adventure and danger in it. I really would do my very best. The more difficult it was, the better it would suit me.
You seem very anxious to lose your life.
To justify my life, sir.
Dear me, Mr. Malone, this is very, very exalted. I'm afraid the day for this sort of thing is rather past. The expense of the special mission business hardly justifies the result. And of course, in any case, it would only be an experienced man with a name that would command public confidence who would get such an order. The big blank spaces in the map are all being filled in, and there's no room for romance anywhere. Wait a bit, though,
he added, with a sudden smile upon his face.
Talking of the blank spaces of the map gives me an idea. What about exposing a fraud, a modern Munchausen, and making him ridiculous? You could show him up as the liar that he is. Hey, man, it would be fine. How does it appeal to you?
Anything, anywhere, I care nothing. McCardle was plunged in thought for some minutes.
I wonder whether you could get on friendly, or at least on talking terms with the fellow.
He said at last.
You seem to have a sort of genius for establishing relations with people. Sympathy, I suppose, or animal magnetism, or youthful vitality or something. I am conscious of it myself.
You are very good, sir.
So why should you not try your luck with Professor Challenger of Enmore Park?
I dare say I looked a little startled. Challenger! I cried. Professor Challenger, the famous zoologist. Wasn't he the man who broke the skull of Blundell of the Telegraph? The news editor smiled grimly.
Do you mind? Didn't you say it was adventures you were after?
Okay, this let's reload this page, because these last two speeches are not played. Let's see if we can...
It is all in the way of business, sir, I answered.
Exactly. I don't suppose he can always be so violent as that. I'm thinking that Blundell got him at the wrong moment, maybe, or in the wrong fashion. You may have better luck or more tact in handling him. There's something in your line there, I'm sure, and the Gazette should work it.
I really know nothing about him, said I. I only remember his name in connection with the police court proceedings for striking Blundell.
I have a few notes for your guidance, Mr. Malone. I've had my eye on the professor for some little time.
He took a paper from a drawer.
Here is a summary of his record. I give it you briefly.
Challenger, George Edward, born Largs, NB 1863. Educ, Largs Academy, Edinburgh University. British Museum Assistant 1892. Assistant Keeper of Comparative Anthropology Department.
Okay, it seems that the timing of the appearing the speech is wrong. Sometimes it happens because the text is not properly, the process in the server fails. It happens, and but it's only a matter to upload it again to get it right. So let's go. Okay, so let's play it again.
Challenger, George Edward, born Largs, NB 1863. Educ, Largs Academy, Edinburgh University. British Museum Assistant 1892. Assistant Keeper of Comparative Anthropology Department 1893. Resigned after acrimonious correspondence same year. Winner of Crayston Medal for Zoological Research.
It has failed again. I don't know if maybe the way it is phrased, the algorithm is not properly identifying all these pauses, all this way of narration. We are going to try another time, but I think that the system cannot handle this way of. Okay, let's try again.
Challenger, George Edward, born Largs, NB 1863. Educ, Largs Academy, Edinburgh University. British Museum Assistant 1892. Assistant Keeper of Comparative Anthropology Department 1893. Resigned after acrimonious correspondence same year. Winner of Crayston Medal for Zoological Research. Foreign member of, well, quite a lot of things, about 2 inches of small type. Société Belge, American Academy of Sciences, La Plata, etc., etc., ex-president Paleontological Society, Section H, British Association, so on, so on. Publications, some observations upon a series of Kalmuck skulls, outlines of vertebrate evolution, and numerous papers, including the underlying fallacy of Weissmannism, which caused heated discussion at the Zoological Congress of Vienna. Recreations, walking, alpine climbing. Address, Enmore Park, Kensington, W.
There, take it with you. I've nothing more for you tonight.
I pocketed the slip of paper.
Okay, let's rephrase this one, maybe with assertive.
There, take it with you. I've nothing more for you tonight.
I pocketed the slip of paper. "One moment, sir," I said, as I realized that it was a pink bald head and not a red face which was fronting me. I'm not very clear yet why I am to interview this gentleman. What has he done? The face flashed back again.
Went to South America on a solitary expedition 2 years ago. Came back last year.
Wait, what kind of emotion is... okay, let's change the emotion to something more, let's go with energetic.
Went to South America on a solitary expedition 2 years ago. Came back last year, had undoubtedly been to South America, but refused to say exactly where. Began to tell his adventures in a vague way, but somebody started to pick holes, and he just shut up like an oyster. Something wonderful happened, or the man's a champion liar, which is the more probable supposition. Had some damaged photographs, said to be fakes. Got so touchy that he assaults anyone who asks questions, and heaves reporters down the stairs. In my opinion, he's just a homicidal megalomaniac with a turn for science. That's your man, Mr. Malone. Now off you run, and see what you can make of him. You're big enough to look after yourself. Anyway, you are all safe. Employers' Liability Act, you know?
A grinning red face turned once more into a pink oval, fringed with gingery fluff. The interview was at an end. I walked across to the Savage Club, but instead of turning into it, I leaned upon the railings of Adelphi Terrace and gazed thoughtfully for a long time at the brown, oily river. I can always think most sanely and clearly in the open air. I took out the list of Professor Challenger's exploits and I read it over under the electric lamp. Then I had what I can only regard as an inspiration. As a pressman, I felt sure from what I had been told that I could never hope to get into touch with this cantankerous professor. But these recriminations, twice mentioned in his skeleton biography, could only mean that he was a fanatic in science. Was there not an exposed margin there upon which he might be accessible? I would try. I entered the club. It was just after 11, and the big room was fairly full, though the rush had not yet set in. I noticed a tall, thin, angular man seated in an armchair by the fire. He turned as I drew my chair up to him. It was the man of all others whom I should have chosen, Tarp Henry, of the Staff of Nature, a thin, dry, leathery creature who was full, to those who knew him, of kindly humanity. I plunged instantly into my subject. What do you know of Professor Challenger?
Challenger?
He gathered his brows in scientific disapproval.
Okay, yes, this is Edward Malone, but I don't... Curious is not the right emotion. Let's go with assertive.
What do you know of Professor Challenger?
Challenger?
He gathered his brows in scientific disapproval.
Challenger was the man who came with some cock and bull story from South America.
What story?
Okay, we have the same problem of the volume. So in the case of Everett, it's maybe the 60%. So let's go with that. Okay, so it seems that there is another character here, that it's the helpmate, the one who is talking with Malone. Okay, no, it's still Tarp Henry. That is, he is helping Malone. Okay. So we were adjusting the volume of Everett, or of Tarp Henry. Sorry. Okay. Let's keep reviewing the conversation. So he has entered the club, and yeah.
Into my subject. What do you know of Professor Challenger?
Challenger?
He gathered his brows in scientific disapproval.
Challenger was the man who came with some cock and bull story from South America.
What story?
Oh, it was rank nonsense about some queer animals he had discovered. I believe he has retracted since. Anyhow, he has suppressed it all. He gave an interview to Reuters, and there was such a howl that he saw it wouldn't do. It was a discreditable business. There were one or two folk who were inclined to take him seriously, but he soon choked them off.
How?
Well, by his...
Okay, this one needs regeneration. This would be... let's go with assertive.
How?
Well, by his insufferable rudeness and impossible behavior. There was poor old Wadley of the Zoological Institute. Wadley sent a message. The president of the Zoological Institute presents his compliments to Professor Challenger and would take it as a personal favor if he would do them the honor to come to their next meeting. The answer was unprintable.
You don't say?
Well, a bowdlerized version of it would run. Professor Challenger presents his
Okay, maybe this last paragraph is too emotional. You don't say. It should be more direct, I think.
You don't say?
Okay,
well,
this seems interrogative, more than assertive. The answer wasn't printable. Let's go with assertive.
The answer was unprintable.
You don't say.
Well, a bowdlerized version of it would run. Professor Challenger presents his compliments to the president of the Zoological Institute and would take it as a personal favor if he would go to the devil.
Good Lord!
Yes.
Okay. Too much emotion here. Let's go with an energetic.
He would go to the devil.
Good.
Okay, no, even worse. Let's just force the regeneration and try again.
Good Lord.
Okay, that.
Well, a bowdlerized version of it would run. Professor Challenger presents his compliments to the president of the Zoological Institute and would take it as a personal favor if he would go to the devil.
Good Lord.
Yes, I expect that's what old Wadley said. I remember his wail at the meeting, which began in 50 years' experience of scientific intercourse. It quite broke the old man up.
Anything more about Challenger?
Okay, curious, it's too much. Direct, let's go with direct.
Old man up.
Anything more about Challenger?
Well, I'm a bacteriologist, you know. I live in a 900 diameter microscope. I can hardly claim to take serious notice of anything that I can see with my naked eye. I'm a frontiersman from the extreme edge of the knowable, and I feel quite out of place when I leave my study and come into touch with all you great, rough, hulking creatures. I'm too detached to talk scandal, and yet at scientific conversaciones, I have heard something of Challenger, for he is one of those men whom nobody can ignore. He's as clever as they make him, a full-charged battery of force and vitality, but a quarrelsome, ill-conditioned faddist, and unscrupulous at that. He had gone the length of faking some photographs over the South American business.
You say he is a faddist. What is his particular fad?
He has 1,000, but the latest is something about white...
Okay, no, it's curious. No, let's go with direct.
You say he is a faddist. What is his particular fad?
He has 1,000, but the latest is something about Weissman and evolution. He had a fearful row about it in Vienna, I believe.
Can't you tell me the point?
Not at the moment, but a translation of the proceedings exists. We have it filed at the office. Would you care to come?
It's just what I want. I have to interview the fellow, and I need some lead up to him. It's really awfully good of you to give me a lift. I'll go with you now, if it is not too late. Half an hour later, I was seated in the newspaper office with a huge tome in front of me, which had been opened at the article Weissman versus Darwin, with the subheading Spirited Protest at Vienna. Lively proceedings. My scientific education having been somewhat neglected, I was unable to follow the whole argument, but it was evident that the English professor had handled his subject in a very aggressive fashion, and had thoroughly annoyed his continental colleagues. Protests, uproar, and general appeal to the chairman were three of the first brackets which caught my eye. Most of the matter might have been written in Chinese for any definite meaning that it conveyed to my brain. I wish you could translate it into English for me, I said pathetically to my helpmate.
Well, it is a translation.
Then I'd better try my luck with the original.
It is certainly rather deep for a layman.
If I could only get a single good, meaty sentence which seemed to convey some sort of definite human idea, it would serve my turn. Ah yes, this one will do. I seem in a vague way almost to understand it. I'll copy it out. This shall be my link with the terrible professor.
Nothing else I can do?
Well, yes. I propose to write to him. If I could frame the letter here, and use your address, it would give atmosphere.
We'll have the fellow around here making a row and breaking the furniture?
No, you'll see the letter. Nothing contentious, I assure you.
Well, that's my chair and desk. You'll find paper there. I'd like to censor it before it goes.
It took some doing, but I flatter myself that it wasn't such a bad job when it was finished. I read it aloud to the critical bacteriologist with some pride in my handiwork. Dear Professor Challenger, it said, as a humble student of nature, I have always taken the most profound interest in your speculations as to the differences between Darwin and Weissman. I have recently had occasion to refresh my memory by rereading You Infernal Liar!
Okay, Everett is too emotional here. Maybe let's try with surprise.
You infernal liar,
murmured.
You infernal liar,
murmured Tarp Henry. By rereading your masterly address at Vienna, that lucid and admirable statement seems to be the last word in the matter. There is one sentence in it, however, namely, I protest strongly against the insufferable and entirely dogmatic assertion that each separate ID is a microcosm possessed of an historical architecture elaborated slowly through the series of generations. Have you no desire, in view of later research, to modify this statement? Do you not think that it is over-accentuated? With your permission, I would ask the favor of an interview, as I feel strongly upon the subject, and have certain suggestions which I could only elaborate in a personal conversation. With your consent, I trust to have the honor of calling at 11 o'clock the day after tomorrow, Wednesday morning. I remain, sir, with assurances of profound respect, yours very truly, Edward D. Malone. How's that?
Okay. This would be direct.
How's that? Edward D. Malone. How's that? I asked.
Let's try again.
How's that? I asked, triumphantly.
Well, if your conscience can stand it,
It has never failed me.
Okay, there seems to be a noise. So we are going to fix that. We are going to open them, edit the track and fix the noise. Is this one?
Stand it.
It's this one, so let's remove it and fix, and we upload it. Okay, so
how's that? I asked, triumphantly.
Well, if your conscience can stand it.
It has never failed me yet.
But what do you mean to do?
To get there. Once I am in his room, I may see some opening. I may even go the length of open confession. If he is a sportsman, he will be tickled.
Tickled indeed. He's much more likely to do the tickling. Chainmail or an American football suit, that's what you'll want. Well, goodbye. I'll have the answer for you here on Wednesday morning, if he ever deigns to answer you. He is a violent, dangerous, cantankerous character, hated by everyone who comes across him, and the butt of the students, so far as they dare take a liberty with him. Perhaps it would be best for you if you never heard from the fellow at all.
okay, let's increase a little bit of the time of the last paragraph, so it would be 24.4. It would be enough.
Heard from the fellow at all.
Okay. Okay, let's save the progress. And now we are on the third chapter. So in this chapter, it is about the meeting between Professor Challenger and Malone. Since these two characters are already on the global codex, we can eliminate them from here. Okay, so we will make, by this way we will make sure that the characters and their voices are picked from the right source. Okay, so now what we are going to do is just to calculate the right assignation. Okay, so let's find out the right assignation. And okay, okay. There was another character, but we will add it later, because there was another character in this chapter, but minor. But we are going to go first with just finding out with the dialogue to which character does it belong. So let's go with ChatGPT Omni. Okay, so let's go. Okay, let's save the progress and review the results. Okay, so this is narration. Okay. So there is the butler here. Okay. The butler here. And then there is the wife, Professor Challenger's wife. So let's go. Let's add these two characters. So Austin is the butler. Okay, there are two characters, the butler, it's called Austin, and the lady, that is Professor Challenger's wife. So let's add both of them. Okay, so we have added the two characters that are also appearing in this chapter. Let's add their voices. We are going to choose random voices for them. Okay, let's go with first with the butler.
Hi, my name is Isaac. I am an English voice.
Okay, this one is good enough.
Hi,
And now the lady.
Hi, my name is Wanda.
Hi, my name is Valerie.
Hi, my name is Minerva.
Okay, so now we have added the two characters that were missing in the chapter, and we have set their voices. Okay, so now we can just calculate the right assignation. We will ask the LLM again to find out to which paragraph belongs to which character. So let's go. Okay, let's save the progress done, and let's go and review the results. Okay, so first it is the butler who speaks. Okay, Austin. Okay, that's right. Then Malone. And then Austin. Okay, it's okay. Right is Austin. Then one moment is the lady. The lady. This is Malone, right? This is the lady. Malone and the lady. Okay, that has been properly identified. Okay, dear me is the lady. Okay, so now we are with Professor Challenger and Malone. And this is Professor Challenger, Malone, Professor Challenger, and Malone. Professor Challenger, and Malone, Professor Challenger, and Malone. This is Professor Challenger. This is still Professor Challenger. Naturally, Sedai is Malone. And the telephone is Challenger, Malone, and the germ, Challenger, Malone, Challenger, Malone, and Malone. No, this is Malone. Challenger and Challenger. Redo. It proves Challenger and Challenger. This is Challenger, Challenger and Malone, This is Challenger, Challenger, okay, this is Malone. The army is Challenger, Challenger, Malone and Malone, and they finished the fight here. Challenger, Malone. There is a policeman, and okay, for the policeman we are going to do something. We are going just to add the voice of the policeman. You are infernal bully. Okay, let's add the policeman. Save the progress.
Hi, my name is Cam.
Hi, my name is Craig. I am an English voice from the United Kingdom.
Okay, let's go with Craig for the policeman.
Hi.
Okay, so the policeman is going to be what is all this is here. So this is the policeman. This is the policeman, and this is the policeman. This is Malone. This is the policeman. This is the policeman. Let's try to just identify the use the LLM to identify the right assignation, because we will get that way the emotions for the dialogues also. Okay, so let's see. Edward Malone, angry. The policeman, relaxed. It's not the first time, it's the policeman. Again, the policeman. Malone, policeman, and Malone. This is the policeman and policeman. And this is Professor Challenger and Challenger. Okay, so we got the right assignations for each dialogue. We have properly fixed any dialogue that wasn't properly assigned. So now we can proceed to make the final adjustments before generating the speeches. So we are going with these two options, that and ChatGPT Omni that will allow us to adjust the timings on between the different pages. Okay, let's save the progress. And now we can proceed to generate the speeches. Okay, so we have finished with the text-to-speech generation for the third chapter. So let's review the results.
Chapter 3. He is a perfectly impossible person. My friend's fear or hope was not destined to be realized. When I called on Wednesday, there was a letter with the West Kensington postmark upon it, and my name scrawled across the envelope in a handwriting which looked like a barbed wire railing. The contents were as follows. Enmore Park W. Sir, I have duly received your note in which you claim to endorse my...
Okay, let's re-upload the speech, because the timings are not right. So let's upload so the timings are properly calculated and each word appears when the moment it is speeched. Okay.
Sir, I have duly received your note in which you claim to endorse my views, although I am not aware that they are dependent upon endorsement either from you or anyone else. You have ventured to use the word speculation with regard to my statement upon the subject of Darwinism, and I would call your attention to the fact that such a word in such a connection is offensive to a degree. The context convinces me, however, that you have sinned rather through ignorance and tactlessness than through malice, so I am content to pass the matter by. You quote an isolated sentence from my lecture and appear to have some difficulty in understanding it. I should have thought that only a subhuman intelligence could have failed to grasp the point, but if it really needs amplification, I shall consent to see you at the hour named, though visits and visitors of every sort are exceeding distasteful to me. As to your suggestion that I may modify my opinion, I would have you know that it is not my habit to do so after a deliberate expression of my mature views. You will kindly show the envelope of this letter to my man Austin when you call, as he has to take every precaution to shield me from the intrusive rascals who call themselves journalists. Yours faithfully, George Edward Challenger. This was the letter that I read aloud to Tarp Henry, who had come down early to hear the result of my venture. His only remark was, "There's some new stuff, Cuticura or something, which is better than arnica. Some people have such extraordinary notions of humour." It was nearly 10:30 before I had received my message, but a taxicab took me round in good time for my appointment. It was an imposing porticoed house at which we stopped, and the heavily curtained windows gave every indication of wealth upon the part of this formidable professor. The door was opened by an odd, swarthy, dried-up person of uncertain age, with a dark pilot jacket and brown leather gaiters. I found afterwards that he was the chauffeur, who filled the gaps left by a succession of fugitive butlers. He looked me up and down with a searching, light blue eye.
Expected?
He asked. An appointment.
Got your letter?
Okay.
I produced the envelope.
We still have the problem of the voice, that it's too loud, so let's fix that. I suppose that the lady also has the voice loud. Let me check.
One moment,
she said.
Okay, she's also loud. Okay, I have adjusted the volume for the butler and the lady. Let's go ahead.
Expected?
He asked. An appointment.
Got your letter?
I produced the envelope.
Right.
He seemed to be a person of few words. Following him down the passage, I was suddenly interrupted by a small woman who stepped out from what proved to be the dining room door. She was a bright, vivacious, dark-eyed lady, more French than English in her type.
One moment.
Okay, and let's try to regenerate this one again with energetic.
One moment.
She said.
You can wait, Austin.
Okay.
Right.
He seemed to be a person of few words. Following him down the passage, I was suddenly interrupted by a small woman who stepped out from what proved to be the dining room door. She was a bright, vivacious, dark-eyed lady, more French than English in her type.
One moment.
She said.
You can wait, Austin. Step in here, sir. May I ask if you've met my husband before?
No, madam. I have not had the honor.
Then I apologize to you in advance. I must tell you that he is a perfectly impossible person. Absolutely impossible. If you are forewarned, you will be the more ready to make allowances.
It is most
Okay, I don't like the way he said it, so let's try again with direct.
Then I apologize to you in advance. I must tell you that he is a perfectly impossible person. Absolutely impossible. If you are forewarned, you will be the more ready to make allowances.
It is most considerate of you, madam.
Get quickly out of the room if he seems inclined to be violent. Don't wait to argue with him. Several people have been injured through doing that. Afterwards, there is a public scandal and it reflects upon me and all of us. I suppose it wasn't about South America you wanted to see him?
I could not lie to a lady.
Dear me, that is his most dangerous subject. You won't believe a word he says. I'm sure I don't wonder. But don't tell him so, for it makes him very violent. Pretend to believe him, and you may get through all right. Remember, he believes it himself. Of that you may be assured. A more honest man never lived. Don't wait any longer, or he may suspect. If you find him dangerous, really dangerous, ring the bell and hold him off until I come. Even at his worst, I can usually control him.
With these encouraging words, the lady handed me over.
Okay, it got short, so let's increase the time like this. Okay, so
Can usually control him.
With these encouraging words, the lady handed me over to the taciturn Austin, who had waited like a bronze statue of discretion during our short interview, and I was conducted to the end of the passage. There was a tap at a door, a bull's bellow from within, and I was face to face with the professor. He sat in a rotating chair behind a broad table, which was covered with books, maps, and diagrams. As I entered, his seats...
Okay, the timings are not properly calculated, so let's fix that. Let's upload it again. Chapter 3, page 4.
He sat in a rotating chair behind a broad table, which was covered with books.
Okay, again it has failed. Let's try again. Okay.
He sat in a rotating chair behind a broad table, which was covered with books, maps, and diagrams. As I entered, his seat spun round to face me. His appearance made me gasp. I was prepared for something strange, but not for so overpowering a personality as this. It was his size which took one's breath away. His size and his imposing presence. His head was enormous, the largest I have ever seen upon a human being. I am sure that his top hat, had I ever ventured to don it, would have slipped over me entirely and rested on my shoulders. He had the face and beard which I associate with an Assyrian bull, the former florid, the latter so black as almost to have a suspicion of blue, spade-shaped and rippling down over his chest. The hair was peculiar, plastered down in front in a long, curving wisp over his massive forehead. The eyes were blue-grey under great black tufts, very clear, very critical, and very masterful. A huge spread of shoulders and a chest like a barrel were the other parts of him which appeared above the table, save for two enormous hands covered with long black hair. This and a bellowing, roaring, rumbling voice made up my first impression of the notorious Professor Challenger.
Well?
Said he with a most insolent stare.
What now?
I must keep up my deception for at least a little time longer, otherwise here was evidently an end of the interview. You were good enough to give me an appointment, sir? Said I humbly, producing his envelope. He took my letter from his desk and laid it out before him.
Oh, you are the young person who cannot understand plain English, are you? My general conclusions you are good enough to approve, as I understand.
Entirely, sir, entirely. I was very emphatic.
Dear me, that strengthens my position very much, does it not? Your age and appearance make your support doubly valuable. Well, at least you are better than that herd of swine in Vienna, whose gregarious grunt is, however, not more offensive than the isolated effort of the British hog.
He glared at me as the present representative of the beast. They seem to have behaved abominably, said I.
I assure you...
Okay, this one they seem... Let's try another emotion. Let's go with direct.
They seem to have behaved abominably, said I.
I assure you that I can fight my own battles, and that I have no possible need of your sympathy. Put me alone, sir, and with my back to the wall. GEC is happiest then. Well, sir, let us do what we can to curtail this visit, which can hardly be agreeable to you, and is inexpressibly irksome to me. You had, as I have been led to believe, some comments to make upon the proposition which I advanced in my thesis.
There was a brutal directness about his methods which made evasion difficult. I must still make play and wait for a better opening. It had seemed simple enough at a distance. Oh, my Irish wits, could they not help me now when I needed help so sorely? He transfixed me with two sharp, steely eyes.
Come, come,
he rumbled. I am, of course, a mere student, said I, with a fatuous smile. Hardly more,
Let's change the motion here. Let's go with warm.
I am, of course, a mere student, said I, with a fatuous smile. Hardly more, I might say, than an earnest inquirer. At the same time, it seemed to me that you were a little severe upon Weissman in this matter. Has not the general evidence since that date tended to, well, to strengthen his position?
What evidence?
He spoke with a menacing calm. Well, of course, I am aware that there is not any what you might call definite evidence. I alluded merely to the trend of modern thought and the general scientific point of view, if I might so express it. He leaned forward with great earnestness.
I suppose you are aware,
said he, checking off points upon his fingers.
That the...
Okay, no, this one is wrong, so let's go with direct.
That the cranial index is a constant factor?
Naturally, said I.
And that telegony is still sub-Judice?
Undoubtedly.
And that the germplasm is different from the parthenogenetic egg?
Why, surely. I cried and gloried in my own audacity.
But what does that prove?
He asked in a gentle, persuasive voice. Ah, what indeed? I murmured. What does it prove?
Shall I tell you?
He cooed. Pray do.
It proves.
He roared with a sudden blast of fury.
That you are the damnedest impostor in London. A vile, crawling journalist who has no...
Yes, he's angry, but let's try with furious.
That you are the damn... It proves.
He roared with a sudden blast of fury.
That you are the damnedest imposter in London, a vile, crawling journalist.
Okay, no, furious doesn't work. surprised, terrified, relaxed, cheerful, direct, right? Let's go with surprise.
That you are the damnedest impostor in London, a vile crawling journalist who has no more science than he has
Let's try energetic.
That you are the damnedest impostor in London, a vile, crawling journalist who has no more science than he has decency in his composition.
He had sprung to his feet with a mad rage in his eyes. Even at that moment of tension, I found time for amazement at the discovery that he was quite a short man, his head not higher than my shoulder, a stunted Hercules whose tremendous vitality had all run to depth, breadth, and brain.
Gibberish!
Okay, gibberish is angry. Let's try again. This last paragraph, I don't like it. The previous page. Let's try again angry. Let's see if we can get a better generation.
That you are the damnedest impostor in London, a vile, crawling journalist who has no more science than he has decency in his composition.
He had sprung to his feet with a mad rage in his eyes. Even at that moment of tension, I found time for amazement at the discovery that he was quite a short man, his head not higher than my shoulder, a stunted Hercules whose tremendous vitality had all run to depth, breadth, and brain.
Gibberish!
He cried, leaning forward, with his fingers on the table and his face projecting.
That's what I have been talking to you, sir. Scientific gibberish. Did you think you could match cunning with me, you with your walnut of a brain? You think you are omnipotent, you infernal scribblers, don't you? That your praise can make a man and your blame can break him? We must all bow to you, and try to get a favorable word, must we? This man shall have a leg up, and this man shall have a dressing down. Creeping vermin, I know you. You got out of your station. Time was when your ears were clipped. You've lost your sense of proportion. Swollen gas bags. I'll keep you in your proper place. Yes, sir, you haven't got over GEC. There's one man who is still your master. He warned you off. But if you will come, by the Lord, you do it at your own risk. Forfeit, my good Mr. Malone. I claim forfeit. You have played a rather dangerous game, and it strikes me that you have lost it.
Look here, sir, said I, backing to the door and opening it. You can be as abusive as you like, but there is a limit. You shall not assault me.
Shall I not?
He was slowly advancing in a peculiarly menacing way, but he stopped now and put his big hands into the side pockets of a rather boyish short jacket which he wore.
I have thrown several of you out of the house. You will be the fourth or fifth. £3.15 each, that is how it averaged. Expensive, but very necessary. Now, sir, why should you not follow your brethren? I rather think you must.
He resumed his unpleasant and stealthy advance, pointing his toes as he walked, like a dancing master. I could have bolted for the hall door, but it would have been too ignominious. Besides, a little glow of righteous anger was springing up within me. I had been hopelessly in the wrong before, but this man's menaces were putting me in the right. I'll trouble you to keep your hands off, sir. I'll not stand it.
Dear me.
His black moustache lifted and a white fang twinkled in a sneer.
You won't stand it, eh?
Don't be such a fool, Professor, I cried. What can you hope for? I'm 15 stone, as hard as nails, and...
Okay, this paragraph starts... there is too much delay in this paragraph, I think. Dear me...
Dear me.
His black moustache lifted and a white fang twinkled in a sneer.
You won't stand...
Okay, let's cut... let's edit the sound. This one. because I think that it starts with a big delay, and well, there is 400 milliseconds of delay, so let's cut that. And upload the fix.
Dear me.
His black moustache lifted and a white fang twinkled in a sneer.
You won't stand it, eh?
Don't be such a fool, Professor, I cried. What can you hope for? I'm 15 stone, as hard as nails, and play centre three-quarter every Saturday for the London Irish. I'm not the man... It was at that moment that he rushed me. It was lucky that I had opened the door, or we should have gone through it. We did a Catherine wheel together down the passage. Somehow we gathered up a chair upon our way, and bounded on with it towards the street. My mouth was full of his beard, our arms were locked, our bodies intertwined, and that infernal chair radiated its legs all round us. The watchful Austin had thrown open the hall door. We went with a back somersault down the front steps. I have seen the two Macs attempt something of the kind at the halls, but it appears to take some practice to do it without hurting oneself. The chair went to matchwood at the bottom, and we rolled apart into the gutter. He sprang to his feet, waving his fists and wheezing like an asthmatic.
Had enough.
He panted. You infernal bully! I cried, as I...
Okay, maybe this is too much intense, but I will save it just in case that I want to use it again. Let's regenerate and let's see if we can get something less intense.
You infernal bully! I cried, as I gathered myself together. Then and there, we should have tried the thing out, for he was effervescing with fight, but fortunately, I was rescued from an odious situation. A policeman was beside us, his notebook in his hand.
What's all this? You ought to be ashamed,
said the policeman.
Okay, we have the problem of the volume with the policeman. Let's fix that. Okay, I have fixed the volume of the policeman, so let's continue.
What's all this? You ought to be ashamed,
said the policeman. It was the most rational remark which I'd heard in Enmore Park.
Well,
he insisted, turning to me.
What is it then?
This man attacked me, said I.
Did you attack him?
Asked the policeman.
Okay, let's try to cut this shorter, so...
This man attacked me, said I.
Did you attack him?
Asked the policeman. The professor breathed hard and said nothing.
It's not the first time either,
said the policeman severely, shaking his head.
You were in trouble last month for the same thing. You've blackened this young man's eye. Do you give him in charge, sir?
I relented. No. Said I do not.
What?
Okay, let's cut this shorter. So 09, 01.
No. Said I.
Okay.
I relented. No. Said I do.
Okay, and let's fix this one. Said I. Let's remove the previous.
I relented. No, said I do not.
What's that?
Said the policeman. I was to blame myself. I relented. No, said I.
Okay, I don't like the way it is said, so let's regenerate the whole thing.
No, said I do not.
Okay, let's...
No, said I do not.
What's that?
Said the policeman. I was to blame myself. I intruded upon him. He gave me fair warning. The policeman snapped up his notebook.
Don't let us have any more such goings on,
said he.
Now then, move on, there, move on.
This to a butcher's.
Okay, let's change this with energetic.
Don't let us have any more such goings on,
said he.
Now then, move on, there, move on.
This to a butcher's boy, a maid, and one or two loafers who had collected. He clumped heavily down the street, driving this little flock before him. The professor looked at me, and there was something humorous at the back of his eyes.
Come in,
said he.
I'm not done with you yet.
The speech had a sinister sound, but I followed him nonetheless into the house. The manservant, Austin, like a wooden image, closed the door behind us.
Okay, let's just increase the time of the last speech to 7.
Closed the door behind us.
Okay. Okay, so we have completed the chapter 3, the text-to-speech generation of the chapter 3. The total cost of the chapter 3, if we are right now at $30 with 70 cents, and if we update the amount, we get the cost of the chapter 3. So from 70 cents we went to 55 cents. So we have spent a total of 15 cents in this chapter. Okay, this chapter that has 12 pages, it should be around maybe around 2,500 words, around this amount, 15 cents. Okay, so we can continue with the next chapter. First of all, we are going to do a better analysis this time of the characters involved in this chapter. We are going to use the ChatGPT Omni to get the best possible identification of the characters that are participating in this chapter. So let's go. Because in the last chapter we missed several characters, like the butler, like the lady that is Challenger's wife, and the police. Okay, Jessie Challenger is the wife. We can remove both these characters because they are on the global codex, but Jessie should still be there, and we are going to assign the voice of her to the one that we used on the previous chapter. Okay. And now that we got all the characters, we can proceed to calculate the assignation to each each paragraph. So let's go with here, and we are going to go with Omni, and to identify for each dialogue which is the character who speaks the dialogue and with what emotion. Okay, so we got the result of the calculation of the assignation of each dialogue to the right character. So let's go and review the results. Okay, so the first one to talk is Lady Jessie Challenger. You brutes. Okay. Challenger. Minerva. Malone. Minerva. Challenger. Minerva and Minerva. And this is Challenger. This is Minerva. This is Challenger, Minerva. Challenger, okay. Minerva, Challenger, Minerva, Challenger, Malone, Challenger, Minerva. And this is Challenger, and this is Malone. Challenger, 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 and Challenger, 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 Malone, Malone, Challenger, Challenger, Malone, Malone, Challenger, Malone, Challenger, Malone, Challenger, Malone, Malone, Challenger, Challenger, Malone, Challenger, Malone, Challenger. And this is Challenger, of course. This is Challenger explaining his adventures in South America. Surely the only crocodiles is Malone, right? Challenger, Malone, Challenger, Challenger, Malone, Malone, Challenger, and Challenger. Challenger, Malone. It is monstrous, grotesque. This is Challenger. This is Malone. Challenger, Malone, and Challenger. Okay. Malone, Malone, and Malone. Challenger, Challenger. Malone, Challenger, Challenger. Malone, Malone, Challenger, Malone, 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 Challenger, Challenger, Malone. This is Challenger, Malone. So my considers Challenger and Challenger, and again Challenger, then Malone, and then Challenger. This is Malone, this is Challenger and Challenger. Malone and Challenger. This is Malone, Malone, and Challenger. This is Malone, Challenger, Malone, Challenger. Kupuri is Challenger. This is Malone, and this is Challenger. This is Challenger, Challenger, Malone, Challenger, and Challenger. This is Malone, Challenger and Challenger, Malone, Challenger, Malone, Malone. Yes, said I. This is Malone. A large bird, Malone. Said the professor. Challenger and Challenger. It is not congratulate upon your eyesight. Challenger, and you have it then. At last was this is Malone. This is Challenger. Malone, right? Challenger and Challenger. Really do it. This is Malone, and this is Challenger, said he, and Challenger. Okay. This is Malone and Malone, and then this is Malone, and this is Challenger, Malone, Challenger, Malone, and Challenger. This is Malone, This is Challenger. This is Challenger. Malone. This is Challenger and Challenger. Okay. Finally, this is Challenger and Challenger. And this is Malone. And the last two are Challenger and Challenger. Okay. Okay. And finally, Malone, and tell him what you like. You can. Okay, this is Challenger. Let me review the font size of all the pages, because okay, we are good to go. Let's save the result, and now we are going to adjust the timings, especially between pages. We are going to calculate the visual layer. Again, for this operation we only need a cheap LLM. And let's save the progress. Let me close them, and now we can proceed with the text-to-speech generation for the whole chapter, 25 pages. It's going to take maybe around 30 minutes, so let's go.
Chapter 4 is just the very biggest thing in the world. Hardly was it shut when Mrs. Challenger darted out from the dining room. The small woman was in a furious temper. She barred her husband's way like an enraged chicken in front of a bulldog. It was evident that she had seen my exit, but had not observed my return.
You brute, George!
She screamed.
You've hurt that nice young man.
He jerked backwards with his thumb.
You brute, George!
She screamed.
You've hurt that nice young man.
He jerked backwards with his thumb.
Here he is, safe and sound behind me. Here he is, safe and sound behind me.
She was confused, but not unduly so.
Here he is, safe and sound behind me.
She was confused, but not unduly so.
I am so sorry I didn't see you.
I assure you, madam, that it is all right.
He has marked your poor face. Oh, George, what a brute you are. Nothing but scandals from one end of the week to the other. Everyone hating and making fun of you. You've finished my patience. This ends it.
He rumbled.
Dirty linen. Dirty linen.
He rumbled.
It's not...
Dirty linen.
He rumbled.
It's not a secret.
She cried.
Do you suppose that the whole street, the whole of London for that matter... Get away, Austin. We don't want you here. Do you suppose they don't all talk about you? Where is your dignity? You, A man who should have been Regius Professor at a great university with 1,000 students all revering you. Where is your dignity, George?
How about yours, my dear?
You try me too much.
How about yours, my dear?
You try... Where is your dignity, George?
How about yours, my dear?
You try me...
How about yours, my dear?
You try me... Your dignity, George?
How about yours, my dear?
You try me too much. A ruffian. A common brawling ruffian? That's what you have become.
Be good, Jessie.
You try me too much. A ruffian. A common brawling ruffian? That's what you have become.
Be good, Jessie.
A roaring, raging bully.
That's done it, stool of penance.
Said he.
That's done it, stool of penance.
Said he. To my amazement, he stooped, picked her up, and placed her sitting upon...
A roaring, raging bully.
That's done it, stool of penance.
Said he. To my amazement, he stooped, picked her up.
You try me too much. A ruffian. A common brawling ruffian? That's what you have become.
Be good, Jessie.
A roaring, raging bully.
That's done it, stool of penance.
Said he. To my amazement, he stooped, picked her up, and placed her sitting upon a high pedestal of black marble in the angle of the hall. It was at least 7 feet high and so thin that she could hardly balance upon it. A more absurd object than she presented cocked up there with her face convulsed with anger, her feet dangling, and her body rigid for fear of an upset I could not imagine.
That's done it, stool of penance.
Said he. To my amazement, he...
Let me down.
She wailed.
Say please.
You brute, George. Let me down this instant.
Come into the study, Mr. Say please.
You brute, George. Let me down this instant.
Come into the study, Mr. Malone.
Really, sir, said I, looking at the lady.
Here's Mr. Malone. Here's Mr. Malone pleading for you, Jessie. Say please, and down you come.
Oh, you brute. Please, please.
He took her down as if she had been a canary.
You must behave yourself, dear. Mr. Malone is a pressman. You must behave yourself, dear. Mr. Malone is a pressman. He will have it all in his rag tomorrow and sell an extra dozen among our neighbors. Strange story of high life. You felt fairly high on that pedestal, did you not? Then a subtitle, Glimpse of a Singular Menage. He's a foul feeder. Is Mr. Malone a carrion eater, like all of his kind? Porcus ex grega diaboli, a swine from the devil's herd. That's it, Malone, what?
You are really intolerable, said I, hotly. He bellowed with laughter.
We shall have a...
You are really intolerable, said I, hotly. He bellowed with laughter.
We shall have a coalition presently. We shall have a coalition presently.
He boomed, looking...
We shall have a coalition presently.
He boomed, looking from his wife to me and puffing out his enormous chest, then suddenly altering his tone.
Excuse this frivolous family badinage, Mr. Malone. I called you back for some more serious purpose than to mix you up with our little domestic pleasantries. Run away, little woman, and don't fret.
He placed a huge hand upon each of her shoulders.
All that you say is perfectly true. I should be a better man if I did what you advise, but I shouldn't be quite George Edward Challenger. There are plenty of better men, my dear, but only one GEC, so make the best of him.
He suddenly gave...
Excuse this frivolous family badinage, Mr. Malone. I called you back for some more serious purpose than to mix you up with our little domestic pleasantries. Run away, little woman, and don't fret.
He placed a huge hand upon each of her shoulders.
All that you say is perfectly true. I should be a better man if I did what you advise, but I shouldn't be quite George Edward Challenger. There are plenty of better men, my dear, but only one GEC, so make the best of him.
He suddenly gave her a resounding kiss, which embarrassed me even more than his violence had done.
Now, Mr. Malone. Now, Mr. Malone.
He suddenly gave her a resounding kiss, which embarrassed me even more than his violence had done.
Now, Mr. Malone.
He continued, with a great accession of dignity. He suddenly gave her a resounding kiss. He suddenly gave her a resounding kiss, which embarrassed me even more than his violence had done.
Now, Mr. Malone.
He continued, with a great accession of dignity.
This way, if you please.
We re-entered the room which we had left.
This way, if you please.
We re-entered.
Now, Mr. Malone.
He continued, with a great accession of dignity.
This way, if you please.
We re-entered the room which we had left so tumultuously 10 minutes before. The professor closed the door carefully behind us, motioned me into an armchair, and pushed a cigar box under my nose.
Real San Juan, Colorado. This way, if you please.
We re-entered the room which we had left so tumultuously 10 minutes before. The professor closed the door carefully behind us, motioned me into an armchair, and pushed a cigar box under my nose.
Real San Juan, Colorado.
He said, and pushed a cigar box under my nose. Under my nose. 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 My nose.
This way, if you please.
We re-entered the room which we had left so tumultuously 10 minutes before. The professor closed the door carefully behind us, motioned me into an armchair, and pushed a cigar box under my nose.
Real San Juan, Colorado.
He said, my nose.
Real San Juan, Colorado.
He said,
excitable people like you are the better for narcotics. Heavens, don't bite it. Real San Juan, Colorado.
He said,
excitable people like you are the better for narcotics. Heavens, don't bite it. Cut, and cut with reverence. Now lean back and listen attentively to whatever I may care to say to you. If any remark should occur to you, you can reserve it for some more opportune time. First of all, as to your return to my house after your most justifiable expulsion.
He protruded his beard and stared at me as one who challenges and invites contradiction.
After, as I say, your well-merited expulsion, the reason lay in your answer to that most officious policeman, in which I seem to discern some glimmering of good feeling upon your part, or at any rate, than I am accustomed to associate with your profession. In admitting that the fault of the incident lay with you, you gave some evidence of a certain mental detachment and breadth of view which attracted my favorable notice. Subspecies of the human race to which you unfortunately belong has always been below my mental horizon. Your words brought you suddenly above it. You swam up into my serious notice. For this reason I asked you to return with me, as I was minded to make your further acquaintance. You will kindly deposit your ash in the small Japanese tray on the bamboo table, which stands at your left elbow.
All this he boomed forth like a professor addressing his class. He had swung round his revolving chair so as to face me, and he sat all puffed out like an enormous bullfrog, his head laid back and his eyes half covered by supercilious lids. Now he suddenly turned himself sideways, and all I could see of him was tangled hair with a red protruding ear. He was scratching about among the litter of papers upon his desk. He faced me presently with what looked like a very tattered sketchbook in his hand.
I am going to talk to you about South America,
said he.
No comments, if you please. First of all, I wish you to understand that nothing I tell you now is to be repeated in... I am going to talk to you about South America,
said he.
No comments, if you please. First of all, I wish you to understand that nothing I tell you now is to be repeated in any public way unless you have my express permission. That permission will, in all human probability, never be given. Is that clear?
It is very hard, said I. Surely...
Is that clear?
It is very hard, said I. It is very hard, said I. It is very, said I. It is very hard, said I. Surely a judicious account. He replaced the notebook upon the table.
That ends it,
said he.
I wish you a very good morning. That ends it,
said he.
I wish you a very good morning.
No!
That,
said he.
That ends it,
said he.
I wish you a very good morning.
No! No! I cried. I submit.
That ends it,
said he.
That ends it. That ends it,
said he.
I wish you a very good morning.
No! No! I cried.
I wish you a very good morning.
No! No! I cried. I submit to any conditions. So far as I can see, I have no choice.
None in the world,
said he.
None in the world,
said he. Well then, I promise.
Word of honor? Word of honor? None in the world,
said he. Well then, I promise.
Word of honor?
Word of honor. He looked at me with doubt in his insolent eyes.
After all, what do I know about your honor?
Said he.
After all, what do I know about your honor?
Said he. Upon my word, sir.
After all, what do I know about your...
said he. Word of honor. He looked at me with doubt in his insolent eyes.
After all, what do I know about your honor?
Said he. Upon my word, sir. I cried, angrily. You take very great liberties. I have never been so insulted in my life. He seemed more interested than annoyed at my outbreak.
Round-headed. Round-headed.
He muttered. He seemed more interested than annoyed at my outbreak.
Round-headed. Round-headed.
He seemed more interested than annoyed at my outbreak.
Round-headed.
He muttered.
Brachycephalic, gray-eyed, black-haired, with suggestion of the negroid. Brachycephalic, gray-eyed, black-haired, with suggestion of the negroid. Celtic, I presume.
I am an Irishman, sir.
Irish?
Yes, sir.
That, of course, explains it. Let me see, you have given me your promise that my confidence will be respected. That confidence, I may say, will be far from complete. But I am prepared to give you a few indications which will be of interest. In the first place, you are probably aware that 2 years ago I made a journey to South America, one which will be classical in the scientific history of the world. The object of my journey was to verify some conclusions of Wallace and of Bates, which could only be done by observing their reported facts under the same conditions in which they had themselves noted them. If my expedition had no other results, it would still have been noteworthy. But a curious incident occurred to me while there which opened up an entirely fresh line of inquiry. You are aware, or probably in this half-educated age you are not aware, you are aware, or probably in this half-educated age, you are not aware, that the country...
Let's re-upload again the text, because the last upload hasn't worked. Then the process response. Let's save the progress, and now let's check how much have we spent in this chapter. This chapter has been around 5,000 words, and we were on this amount, on 13 with 55 cents. So if we update if we refresh the thing, the whole chapter has cost around 41 cents. So we got, and we have done several regenerations, so this chapter has been completed for only 41 cents. Okay, so next we are going to do the next chapter, that is chapter 5.
Okay, so let's hope that I have fully recovered the control of the microphone. Let's hope that the recording is working and the microphone is working. Let's for the chapter 5 we are going to do a better analysis of the actors. On the chapter 5 the Professor Challenger is attending to a conference, and with a lot of people, there is a lot of chaos. So yeah, it's a little bit tricky, this one, because there are random voices, plenty of random voices. So let's try to get a better identification of all the possible actors that are involved in this chapter. Okay, so we are going to remove Malone, because we have on the upper level the Professor Challenger, Matt Harler, Tarp Henry, Mr. Waldrow, and Lord John Roxton. We can remove also Lord Johnston, because it's on the global metadata, global codex. Waldron is a popular lecturer. Tap Henry. Okay. McHarler is the editor, and we assigned him a voice in the chapter 1, so we are going to assign them the same voice. This is the chief editor. Okay. Tap Henry also had a voice on the second chapter, and we are going to assign him the same voice that was Everett, I think. Let me check. Okay, so it was on chapter 2 that we got Matt Harler with the voice assigned to the chief editor, and Tarp Henry with the voice of Everett. Okay, that is okay. So we are back on chapter 5, and we have assigned the right voices, Everett and... Okay, so about Mr. Waldron, is the the lecturer that is going to be interrupted by Challenger. So let's try to select a voice for this guy.
Hi, my name is...
Hi, my name is Courtney. I am an English voice from the United States.
Okay, let's go with Courtney. Okay, we select Courtney for Mr. Waldron. Okay, and now we are going to calculate the right identification of each dialogue for to what character does it belongs. We are going to go with ChatGPT for Omni. So far we have spent around we started with 15 cents this project, and now we are $1.13. So we have spent so far $1. Okay, so let's go with the dialogue identification process. Okay. Okay, let's save the progress and review the results. Matt Harler. Okay, so the first to talk is Matt Harler. So yes, Matt Harler and Malone are talking about well, the project, and yeah, Matt Harler, Malone. This is McHarler. This is Malone. This is McHarler. And fearful is not fearful, is assertive. This is Malone. Okay, let's ask the AI about the right voices. So in this page, Malone and Harle are talking, so we are helping out the AI to fully identify these two characters. Okay, so I wouldn't do that. McHarler, Malone, McHarler, Harler, Malone, Matt Harler, Malone, Matt Harler. Okay, next page. Okay, so this is him at the club. And this is just a conversation between Tab Henry and Malone. My dear chap, things don't happen like that in real life. People don't stumble upon. This is Tarp. This is Malone. Tarp, Malone, Tarp, Malone, Tarp, Malone, Tarp. Malone, Tarp, Malone, Tarp, and Malone. Tarp. So let's go with this Tarp and Tarp. And this last sentence is you might at least do him the justice to hear his own case. So this is Malone. Okay, this is Tarp. Okay, so the conference starts. Okay. The first one to talk. Okay, Mr. Waldron is the first one to talk here, so he's right. Yes, Mr. Waldron. Okay, so let's ask the LLM about the right assignation. Okay, so Waldron, Challenger, Waldron and Challenger. That's right. This is Waldron and Waldron. Okay. Then Waldron and Waldron. then challenger and challenger. And then we start with the random voices. So let's add several random voices. Okay.
Hi, my name is Ed.
Okay, so in this section, the people that is assisting in the conference, they are shouting several people. They are shouting several things. So yeah, let's create several.
Hi, my name is Terrence. I am an English voice from...
Hi, my name is Julius.
Okay, with 3 persons, it's enough. So random, then random 1 and random 2, and the chairman. Okay, this is Waldron. Okay. No, this is not. This is the chairman. The chairman. Okay, so let's give a voice to the chairman. So.
Hi, my name is Spencer. I am an
Hi, my name is Darnell.
Hi, my name is Brendan. I am an English...
Okay, so Brendan would be for the chairman. Okay, and he's also here. Okay, so we have several instances where he will talk. Okay, the chairman continues. Okay. Okay, so some random voices here. Okay, so there is plenty of chaos here. How do you... This is... how do I know? You ask me because I have visit. But enough of this. Let me pass some subject... how do I know? You ask me because I have visit their secret house. So this is... Challenger. This is silence. This is random voice. I am a liar. This is challenger. Did I hear something? Okay, it's challenger. That's right. This is random voice. The challenger. This is a random voice. That is the same that is calling him liar, so liar is the first to say liar is Terence, and then no sir is again Terence. Then challenger and silence, another liar that maybe also a different head. Challenger, okay. This is challenger, and these are just random people. This is challenger. Every great discovery. This is Professor Challenger, and he is angry. And this is challenger. and still angry, Challenger, angry, and Challenger and angry. So this is the first time that Mr. Summerly talks, Professor Summerly. And next is deny guarantee is Challenger. This is Tap Henry. And he is surprised. And now Malone is offering himself. Since there is plenty of dialogues here, we are going to ask the LLM to provide an assignation. As I said, the LLM are not perfect, and the longer the text is, the more difficulties it has to properly identify the dialogues. That's why there is an option for each page to better identify the dialogues. So it starts with Malone, then name. This is a random person. Okay, so yeah, my name is Edward Dan Malone. The chairman, that is Brendan, and Lord Roxton. Okay, also the first time Lord Roxton talks. Then the chairman, again the chairman. Then Challenger and Challenger, and finally Sarah, this is Lord John Roxton that is going to test in the next chapter if Mr. Malone is ready for the adventure. So now that we have reviewed all the paragraphs, all the dialogues, we can make the final adjustments of the timings. We are going to go with Mini. And let's save the progress. And now we can proceed with the text-to-speech generation for the chapter 5. Okay, so let's go. So the text-to-speech generation for the chapter 5 has finished. So let's review the results.
Chapter 5. Question. What were the physical shocks incidental to my first interview with Professor Challenger and the mental ones which accompanied the second? I was a somewhat demoralized journalist by the time I found myself in Enmore Park once more. In my aching head, the one thought was throbbing that there really was truth in this man's story, that it was of tremendous consequence, and that it would work up into inconceivable copy for the Gazette when I could obtain permission to use it. A taxicab was waiting at the end of the road, so I sprang into it and drove down to the office. McArdle was at his post as usual.
Well?
Okay. Let's re-upload the track because the timings for the words to appear are not properly adjusted. Okay, and let's play again.
Chapter 5. Question. What were the physical shocks incidental to my first interview with Professor Challenger and the mental ones which accompanied the second? I was a somewhat demoralized journalist by the time I found myself in Enmore Park once more. In my aching head, the one thought was throbbing that there really was truth in this man's story, that it was of tremendous consequence, and that it would work up into inconceivable copy for the Gazette when I could obtain permission to use it. A taxicab was waiting at the end of the road, so I sprang into it and drove down to the office. McArdle was at his post as usual.
Well?
He cried expectantly.
What may it run to? I'm thinking, young man, you have been in the wars. Don't tell me that he assaulted you.
We had a little difference at first.
What a man it is.
Okay, let's adjust the voice of the chief. Okay, that's for the chief. Here is Tarp Henry, that also has...
My dear chap, things don't happen like that in real life. People don't stumble upon enormous discoveries and then lose their evidence. Leave that to the novelists. The fellow is as full of tricks as the monkey house at the zoo. It's all bosh.
But the American poet?
He never existed.
I saw his sketchbook.
Challenger's...
Okay, it seems fine. So, let's play...
Well?
He cried expectantly.
What may it run to? I'm thinking, young man, you have been in the wars. Don't tell me that he assaulted you.
We had a little difference at first.
Okay, let's try direct.
Well?
He cried expectantly.
What may it run to? I'm thinking, young man, you have been in the wars. Don't tell me that he assaulted you.
We had a little difference at first.
What a man it is. What did you... What a man it is. What did you do?
Well, he became more reasonable and we had a chat. But I got nothing out of him. Nothing for publication.
I'm not so sure about that. You got a black eye out of him, and that's for publication. We can't have this reign of terror, Mr. Malone. We must bring the man to his bearings. I'll have a letterette on him tomorrow that will raise a blister. Just give me the material and I will engage to brand the fellow forever. Professor Munchausen. How's that for an inset headline? Sir John Mandeville Redivivus, Cagliostro. All the impostors and bullies in history. I'll show him up for the fraud he is.
I wouldn't do that, sir.
Why not?
Because he is not a fraud at all.
What?
Lord McArdle.
You don't mean to say...
Okay, I think it's good, but it needs to be a little bit more agile. So what is just for...
Because he is not a fraud at all.
What?
roared McArdle.
You don't mean to say you really believe this stuff of his about mammoths and mastodons and great sea serpents?
Well, I don't know about that. I don't think he makes any claims of that kind. But I do believe he has got something new.
Then for heaven's sake, man, write it up.
I'm longing to, but all I know he gave me in confidence and on condition that I didn't. I condensed into a few sentences the professor's narrative. That's how it stands. McArdle looked deeply incredulous.
Well, Mr. Malone.
Okay, this one starts after several milliseconds, so let's fix that. Okay. Okay, so...
That's how it stands. McArdle looked deeply incredulous.
Well, Mr. Malone.
He said at last.
About this scientific meeting tonight, there can be no privacy about that anyhow. I don't suppose any paper will want to report it, for Waldron has been reported already a dozen times, and no one is aware that Challenger will speak. We may get a scoop if we are lucky. You'll be there in any case, so you'll just give us a pretty full report. I'll keep space up to midnight.
My day was a busy one, and I had an early dinner at the Savage Club with Tarp Henry, to whom I gave some account of my adventures. He listened with a skeptical smile on his gaunt face, and roared with laughter on hearing that the professor had convinced me.
My dear chap, things don't happen like that in real life.
Okay, a little bit more surprise, maybe. Let's see how it goes.
My dear chap, things don't happen like that in real life. People don't stumble upon enormous discoveries and then lose their evidence. Leave that to the novelists. The fellow is as full of tricks as the monkey house at the zoo. It's all bosh.
But the American poet?
He never existed.
I saw his sketchbook.
Okay, it's a little bit more agile, so 1.7 and 1.4.
But the American poet?
He never existed.
I saw his sketchbook.
Challenger's sketchbook.
You think he drew that animal?
Of course he did! Who else?
Well then, the photographs?
There was nothing in the photographs.
Okay, this one is...
Of course he did!
This one is maybe too intense, so let's go with direct.
Of course he did. Who else?
Well then, the photographs?
There was nothing in the photographs. By your own admission, you only saw a bird.
A pterodactyl.
That's what he says. He put the pterodactyl into your head.
Well, then, the bones?
First one out of an Irish stew. Second one vamped up for the occasion. If you are clever and know your business, you can fake a bone as easily as you can a photograph.
I began to feel uneasy. Perhaps, after all, I had been premature in my acquiescence. Then I had a sudden happy thought. Will you come to...
Okay, cheerful. Let's go with direct.
Will you come to the meeting? I asked. Tarp Henry looked thoughtful.
He is not a popular person, the genial challenger.
Okay, this one is not... this is not... So... direct.
He is not a popular person, the genial challenger,
said he.
A lot of people have accounts to settle with him. I should say, he is about the best hated man in London.
Okay, not too much. It's surprise. Okay, let's go with direct.
He is not a popular person, the genial challenger,
said he.
A lot of people have accounts to settle with him. I should say he is about the best hated man in London. If the medical students turn out, there will be no end of a rag. I don't want to get into a bear garden.
You might at least do him the justice to hear him state his...
Bear garden. Bear garden.
Bear garden?
You might at least do him the justice to hear him state his own case.
Or well, perhaps it's only fair. All right, I'm your man for the evening.
When we arrived at the hall, we found a much greater concourse than I had expected. A line of electric broughams discharged their little cargoes of white-bearded...
Okay, it seems that the timings are not right. Let's try to re-upload them. Chapter 5, page 5.
When we arrived at the hall, we found a much greater concourse than I had expected. A line of electric broughams discharged their little cargoes of white-bearded professors, while the dark stream of humbler pedestrians who crowded through the arched doorway showed that the audience would be popular as well as scientific. Indeed, it became evident to us as soon as we had taken our seats that a youthful and even boyish spirit was abroad in the gallery and the back portions of the hall. Looking behind me, I could see rows of faces of the familiar medical student type. Apparently the great hospitals had each sent down their contingent. The behavior of the audience at present was good-humored, but mischievous. Scraps of popular songs were chorused with an enthusiasm which was a strange prelude to a scientific lecture, and there was already a tendency to personal chaff which promised a jovial evening to others, however embarrassing it might be to the recipients of these dubious honors. Thus, when old Dr. Meldrum, with his well-known curly-brimmed from all parts. Thus, when old Dr. Meldrum, with his well-known curly-brimmed opera hat, appeared upon the platform, there was such a universal query of, "Where did you get that tile?" that he hurriedly removed it and concealed it furtively under his chair. When gouty Professor Wadley limped down to his seat, there were general affectionate inquiries from all parts of the hall as to the exact state of his poor toe, which caused him obvious embarrassment. The greatest demonstration of all, however, was at the entrance of my new acquaintance, Professor Challenger, when he passed down to take his place at the extreme end of the front row of the platform. Such a yell of welcome broke forth when his black beard first protruded round the corner that I began to suspect Tarp Henry was right in his surmise, and that this assemblage was there not merely for the sake of the lecture, but because it had got rumoured abroad that the famous professor would take part in the proceedings. There was some sympathetic laughter on his entrance among the front benches of well-dressed spectators, as though the demonstration of the students in this instance was not unwelcome to them. That greeting was indeed a frightful outburst of sound, the uproar of the carnivora cage, when the step of the bucket-bearing keeper is heard in the distance. There was an offensive tone in it, perhaps, and yet in the main it struck me as mere riotous outcry, the noisy reception of one who amused and interested them, rather than of one they disliked or despised. Challenger smiled with weary and tolerant contempt, as a kindly man would meet the yapping of a litter of puppies. He sat slowly down, blew out his chest, passed his hand caressingly down his beard, and looked with drooping eyelids and supercilious eyes at the crowded hall before him. The uproar of his advent had not yet died away, when Professor Ronald Murray, the chairman, and Mr. Waldron, the lecturer, threaded their way to the front, and the proceedings began. Professor Murray will, I am sure, excuse me if I say that he has the common fault of most Englishmen of being inaudible. Why on earth people who have something to say which is worth hearing should not take the slight trouble to learn how to make it heard is one of the strange mysteries of modern life. Their methods are as reasonable as to try to pour some precious stuff from the spring to the reservoir through a non-conducting pipe, which could by the least effort be opened. Professor Murray made several profound remarks to his white tie and to the water carafe upon the table, with a humorous twinkling aside to the silver candlestick upon his right. Then he sat down, and Mr. Waldron, the famous popular lecturer, rose amid a general murmur of applause. He was a stern, gaunt man, with a harsh voice and an aggressive manner, but he had the merit of knowing how to assimilate the ideas of other men, and to pass them on in a way which was intelligible and even interesting to the lay public, with a happy knack of being funny about the most unlikely objects, so that the precession of the equinox or the formation of a vertebrate became a highly humorous process as treated by him. It was a bird's-eye view of creation, as interpreted by science, which, in language always clear and sometimes picturesque, he unfolded before us. He told us of the globe, a huge mass of flaming gas flaring through the heavens. Then he pictured the solidification, the cooling, the wrinkling which formed the mountains, the steam which turned to water, the slow preparation of the stage upon which was to be played the inexplicable drama of life. On the origin of life itself he was discreetly vague. That the germs of it could hardly have survived the original roasting was, he declared, fairly certain. Therefore it had come later. Had it built itself out of the cooling, inorganic elements of the globe? Very likely. Had the germs of it arrived from outside upon a meteor? It was hardly conceivable. On the whole, the wisest man was the least dogmatic upon the point. We could not, or at least we had not succeeded up to date in making organic life in our laboratories out of inorganic materials. The gulf between the dead and the living was something which our chemistry could not as yet bridge. But there was a higher and subtler chemistry of nature, which, working with great forces over long epochs, might well produce results which were impossible for us. There the matter must be left. This brought the lecturer to the great ladder of animal life, beginning low down in mollusks and were impossible for us. There the matter must be left. This brought the lecturer to the great ladder of animal life, beginning low down in mollusks and feeble sea creatures, then up rung by rung through reptiles and fishes, till at last we came to a kangaroo rat, a creature which brought forth its young alive, the direct ancestor of all mammals, and presumably, therefore, of everyone in the audience. No, from a skeptical student in the back row. If the young gentleman in the red tie who cried no, and who presumably claimed to have been hatched out of an egg, would wait upon him after the lecture, he would be glad to see such a curiosity. Laughter. It was strange to think that the climax of all the age-long process of nature had been the creation of that gentleman in the red tie. But had the process stopped? Was this gentleman to be taken as the final type, the be-all and end-all of development? He hoped that he would not hurt the feelings of the gentleman in the red tie if he maintained that, whatever virtues that gentleman might possess in private life, still the vast processes of the universe were not fully justified if they were to end entirely in his production. Evolution was not a spent force, but one still working, and even greater achievements were in store. Having thus, amid a general titter, played very prettily with his interrupter, the lecturer went back to his picture of the past, the drying of the seas, the emergence of the sandbank, the sluggish, viscous life which lay upon their margins, the overcrowded lagoons, the tendency of the sea creatures to take refuge upon the mudflats, the abundance of food awaiting them, their consequent enormous growth.
Hence, ladies and gentlemen,
he added,
that frightful brood of saurians which still affright our eyes when seen in the Wealden or in the Sullenhofen slates, but which were fortunately extinct long before the first appearance of mankind upon this planet.
Question!
Boomed.
Okay, it sounds... let's go with energetic for both.
Hence, ladies and gentlemen,
he added,
that frightful brood of saurians which still affright...
Okay, but the volume is too loud. So...
Hence, ladies and gentlemen,
he added,
that frightful brood of saurians which still affright our eyes when seen in the Wealden or in the Sullenhofen slates, but which were fortunately extinct long before the first appearance of mankind upon this planet.
Question!
Boomed a voice from the platform. Mr. Waldron was a strict disciplinarian with a gift of acid humour, as exemplified upon the gentleman with the red tie, which made it perilous to interrupt him. But this interjection appeared to him so absurd that he was at a loss how to deal with it. So looks the Shakespearean who is confronted by a rancid Baconian, or the astronomer who is assailed by a flat earth fanatic. He paused for a moment, and then, raising his voice, repeated slowly the words,
which were extinct before the coming of man.
Question!
Boomed the voice once more. Waldron looked with amazement along the line of professors upon the platform until his eyes fell upon the figure of Challenger, who leaned back in his chair with closed eyes and an amused expression, as if he were smiling in his sleep.
I see.
Okay, the voice of Waldron is too loud, so let's fix that. This is intolerable, and this is Waldron. Okay.
I see,
said Waldron with a shrug.
It is my friend, Professor Challenger.
And amid laughter, he renewed his lecture, as if this was a final explanation and no more need be said. But the incident was far from being closed. Whatever path the lecturer took amid the wilds of the past seemed invariably to lead him to some assertion as to extinct or prehistoric life, which instantly brought the same bull's bellow from the professor. The audience began to anticipate it and to roar with delight when it came. The packed benches of students joined in, and every time Challenger's beard opened, before any sound could come forth, there was a yell of question from 100 voices, and an answering counter-cry of order and shame from as many more. Waldron, though a hardened lecturer and a strong man, became rattled. He hesitated, stammered, repeated himself, got snarled in a long sentence, and finally turned furiously upon the cause of his troubles.
This is really...
Okay.
But the incident was far from being closed. Whatever path the lecturer took amid the wild, furiously upon the cause of his troubles.
This is really intolerable,
he cried, glaring across the platform.
I must ask you, Professor Challenger. This is really intolerable,
he cried, glaring across the platform.
I must ask you, Professor Challenger, to cease these ignorant and unmannerly interruptions.
There was a hush over the hall, the students rigid with delight at seeing the high gods on Olympus quarreling among themselves. Challenger levered his bulky figure slowly out of his chair.
I must in turn ask you, Mr. Waldron,
he said,
to cease to make assertions which are not in strict accordance with scientific fact.
The words unloosed a tempest.
Shame. Shame.
Give him a hearing.
Put him out.
Okay, the sound is too loud for the voices of the crowd. Okay, so more. No, there is no more crowd in this page. Okay, so let's go.
Shame. Shame.
Give him a hearing.
Put him out.
Shove him off the platform.
Fair play.
Emerged from a general roar of amusement or execration. The chairman was on his feet, flapping both his hands and bleating excitedly.
Professor Challenger, personal, views, later.
With the solid peaks above his clouds of inaudible mutter, the interrupter bowed, smiled, stroked his beard and relapsed into his chair. Waldron, very flushed and warlike, continued his observations. Now and then, as he made an assertion, he shot a venomous glance at his opponent, who seemed to be slumbering deeply, with the same broad, happy smile upon his face. At last the lecture came to an end. I am inclined to think that it was a premature one, as the peroration was hurried and disconnected. The thread of the argument had been rudely broken, and the audience was restless and expectant. Waldron sat down, and, after a chirrup from the chairman, Professor Challenger rose and advanced to the edge of the platform. In the interests of my paper, I took down his speech verbatim.
Ladies and gentlemen,
he began, amid a sustained interruption from the back.
I beg pardon, ladies, gentlemen, and children. I must apologize. I had inadvertently omitted a considerable section of this audience.
Tumult, during which the professor stood with one hand raised, and his enormous head nodding sympathetically, as if he were bestowing a pontifical blessing upon the crowd.
I have been selected to move a vote of thanks to Mr. Waldron for the very picturesque and imaginative address to which we have just listened. There are points in it with which I disagree, and it has been my duty to indicate them as they arose.
This
But
is not the chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, this is always Challenger. Professor Challenger rose and advanced to the platform. This is always Professor Challenger. So, yeah, we are going to force the regeneration of all the text here. Yes, all the text here. It's not the chairman. It's Professor Challenger, and at this point, Mr. Waldron whispered to the chairman, who half rose and said something. But enough of this. Let me pass. Okay. Let me pass some subject wider. What is the? Okay, it's still Challenger. Not it's still Challenger. Okay, and how do I know? This is Challenger. Okay, the rest of Challenger is okay. On the previous page, we need to change to Challenger. Okay, so let's do this. Okay, we have fixed the... Let's play it.
Ladies and gentlemen.
He began, amid a sustained interruption from the back.
I beg pardon. Ladies, gentlemen, and children, I must apologize. I had inadvertently omitted a considerable section of this audience.
Tumult, during which the professor stood with one hand raised, and his enormous head nodding sympathetically, as if he were bestowing a pontifical blessing upon the crowd.
I have been selected to move a vote of thanks to Mr. Waldron for the very picturesque and imaginative address to which we have just listened. There are points in it with which I disagree, and it has been my duty to indicate them as they arose, but nonetheless, Mr. Waldron has accomplished his object well. That object being to give a simple and interesting account of what he conceives to have been the history of our planet. Popular lectures are the easiest to listen to, but Mr. Waldron...
Here he beamed and blinked at the lecturer.
Will excuse me when I say that they are necessarily both superficial and misleading, since they have to be graded to the comprehension of an ignorant audience.
Ironical cheering.
Popular lecturers are in their nature parasitic.
Angry gesture of protest from Mr. Waldron.
They exploit for fame or cash the work which has been done by their indigent and unknown brethren. One smallest new fact obtained in the laboratory, one brick built into the Temple of Science, far outweighs any second-hand exposition which passes an idle hour, but can leave no useful result behind it. I put forward this obvious reflection, not out of any desire to disparage Mr. Waldron in particular, but that you may not lose your sense of proportion and mistake the acolyte for the high priest.
At this point, Mr. Waldron whispered to the chairman, who half rose and said something severely to his water carafe.
But enough of this.
Loud and prolonged cheers.
Let me pass to some subject of wider interest. What is the particular point upon which I, as an original investigator, have challenged our lecturer's accuracy? It is upon the permanence of certain types of animal life upon the Earth. I do not speak upon this subject as an amateur, nor, I may add, as a popular lecturer, but I speak as one whose scientific conscience compels him to adhere closely to facts when I say that Mr. Waldron is very wrong in supposing that because he has never himself seen a so-called prehistoric animal, therefore these creatures no longer exist. They are indeed, as he has said, our ancestors, but they are, if I may use the expression, our contemporary ancestors, who can still be found with all their hideous and formidable characteristics if one has but the energy and hardihood to seek their haunts. Creatures which were supposed to be Jurassic, monsters who would hunt down and devour our largest and fiercest mammals, still exist.
Cries of
Bosh!
Prove it!
How do you know?
Question.
How do I know?
Okay, the volume of the audience is too loud. Question. Okay, let's try again.
Bosh!
Prove it!
How do you know?
Question.
How do I know, you ask me? I know because I have visited their secret haunts. I know because I have seen some of them.
applause, uproar, and a voice.
Liar.
Okay, wait. Liar? Relaxed? No. Let's see, surprise.
Liar.
Am I a...
Lie.
Am I a liar?
Applause, uproar, and a voice.
Liar.
Am I a liar?
General hearty and noisy assent.
Did I hear someone say that I was a liar? Will the person who called me a liar kindly stand up that I may know him?
Okay, this is angry.
Am I a liar?
General hearty and noisy assent.
Did I hear someone say that I was a liar? Will the person who called me a liar kindly stand up that I may know him?
A voice.
Is angry. Let's try this.
Am I a liar?
General hearty and noisy assent.
Did I hear someone say that I was a liar? Will the person who called me a liar kindly stand up that I may know him?
A voice.
Here he is, sir.
Okay, this is too loud.
Here he is, sir.
And an inoffensive little person in spectacles, struggling violently, was held up among a group of students.
This is angry.
A voice.
Here he is, sir.
And an inoffensive little person in spectacles, struggling violently, was held up among a group of students.
Did you venture to call me a liar?
No, sir.
Okay. This is silence.
Did you venture to call me a liar?
No, sir.
Shouted the accused, and disappeared like a jack in the box.
If any person...
This is angry. More liar.
If any person in this hall dares to doubt my veracity, I shall be glad to have a few words with him after the lecture.
Liar.
Who said that?
Okay. First of all, the parenthesis, this one, it's a silence, and this volume is right. But who said that this is angry? And this is angry, and this is surprise. Angry. Okay.
No, sir.
Shouted the accused, and disappeared.
No, sir.
Okay, let's regenerate this one.
No, sir, no!
shouted the accused, and disappeared like a jack in the box.
If any person in this hall
No, sir, no!
shouted the accused, and disappeared like a jack in the box.
If any person in this hall dares to doubt my veracity, I shall be glad to have a few words with him after the lecture.
Liar!
Who said that?
Again, the inoffensive one, plunging desperately, was elevated high into the air.
If I come down among you,
General Cor... Again, the inoffensive one, plunging desperately, was elevated high into the air.
if I come down among you,
General chorus of...
Come, love. Come, love.
Okay.
Come, love, come.
Okay, I am going to go with the narrator here.
if I come down among you,
General chorus of... Come, love. Which interrupted the proceedings.
Okay, restore the volume.
Come, love. Which interrupted the proceedings for some moments, while the chairman, standing up and waving both his arms, seemed to be conducting the music. The professor, with his face flushed, his nostrils dilated, and his beard bristling, was now in a proper berserk mood.
every great discoverer has been met with the same incredulity, the sure brand of a generation of fools. When great facts are laid before you, you have not the intuition, the imagination which would help you to understand them. You can only throw mud at the men who have risked their lives to open new fields to science. You persecute the prophets, Galileo, Darwin, and I.
Prolonged cheering and complete interruption. All this is from my hurried notes taken at the time, which give little notion of the absolute chaos to which the assembly had by this time been reduced. So terrific was the uproar that several ladies had already beaten a hurried retreat. Grave and reverend seniors seemed to have caught the prevailing spirit as badly as the students, and I saw white-bearded men rising and shaking their fists at the obdurate professor. The whole great audience seethed and simmered like a boiling pot. The professor took a step forward and raised both his hands. There was something so big and arresting and virile in the man that the clatter and shouting died gradually away before his commanding gesture and his masterful eyes. He seemed to have a definite message. They hushed to hear it.
I will not detain you,
he said.
It is not worth it. Truth is truth, and the noise of a number of foolish young men, and I fear I must add, of their equally foolish seniors, cannot affect the matter. I claim that I have opened a new field of science. You dispute...
Cheers.
You dispute it. You dispute it. Okay, let's try again.
It is not worth it. Truth is truth, and the noise of a number of foolish young men, and I fear I must add, of their equally foolish seniors, cannot affect the matter. I claim that I have opened a new field of science. You dispute it.
Cheers.
Then I put you to the test. Will you accredit one or...
Okay, let's go with 1 second.
You dispute it.
Cheers.
Then I put you to the test. Will you accredit one or more of your own number to go out as your representative? You dispute it.
Cheers.
Then I put you to the test. Will you accredit one or more of your own number to go out as your representatives and test my statement in your name?
Mr. Summerlee, the veteran professor of comparative anatomy, rose among the audience, a tall, thin, bitter man with the withered aspect of a theologian. He wished, he said, to ask Professor Challenger whether the results to which he had alluded in his remarks had been obtained during a journey to the headwaters of the Amazon made by him 2 years before. Professor Challenger answered that they had. Mr. Summerlee desired to know how it was that Professor Challenger claimed to have made discoveries in those regions which had been overlooked by Wallace, Bates, and other previous explorers of established scientific repute. Professor Challenger answered that Mr. Summerlee appeared to be confusing the Amazon with the Thames, that it was in reality a somewhat larger river, that Mr. Summerlee might be interested to know that with the Orinoco which communicated with it, some 50,000 miles of country were opened up, and that in so vast a space it was not impossible for one person to find what another had missed. Mr. Summerlee declared, with an acid smile, that he fully appreciated the difference between the Thames and the Amazon, which lay in the fact that any assertion about the former could be tested, while about the latter it could not. He would be obliged if Professor Challenger would give the latitude and the longitude of the country in which prehistoric animals were to be found. Professor Challenger replied that he reserved such information for good reasons of his own, but would be prepared to give it with proper precautions to a committee chosen from the audience. Would Mr. Summerlee serve on such a committee and test his story in person?
Yes, I will.
Great cheering.
And I guarantee that I will place in your hands such...
Okay, great cheering. 1.7. So this is energetic.
Yes, I will.
Great cheering.
And I guarantee that I will place in your hands such material as will enable you to find your way. It is only right, however, since Mr. Summerlee goes to...
Okay, a little bit more intensity here. It's... let's go with angry.
Great cheering.
And I guarantee...
Yes, I will.
Great cheering.
And I guarantee that I will place in your hands such material as will enable you to find your way. It is only right, however, since Mr. Summerlee goes to check my statement, that I should have one or more with him who may check his. I will not disguise from you that there are difficulties and dangers. Mr. Summerlee will need a younger colleague. May I ask for volunteers?
It is thus that the great crisis of a man's life springs out at him. Could I have imagined when I entered that hall that I was about to pledge myself to a wilder adventure than had ever come to me in my dreams? But Gladys, was it not the very opportunity of which she spoke? Gladys would have told me to go. I had sprung to my feet, I was speaking, and yet I had prepared no words. Tarp Henry, my companion, was plucking at my skirts, and I heard him whispering,
"Sit down, Malone. Don't make a public ass of yourself."
At the same time...
Okay, too loud.
"Sit down, Malone. Don't make a public ass of yourself."
At the same time, I was aware...
"Sit down, Malone. Don't make a public ass of yourself."
At the same time, I was aware that a tall, thin man with dark, gingery hair, a few seats in front of me, was also upon his feet. He glared back at me with hard, angry eyes, but I refused to give way. "I will go, Mr. Chairman." I kept repeating over and over again.
"Name. Name,"
cried the audience. "My name is Edward
Name. Name,"
cried the audience. "My name is Edward Dunn Malone. I am the reporter of the Daily Gazette. I claim to be an absolutely unprejudiced witness."
What is your name, sir?
The chairman asked of my tall rival.
I am Lord John Roxton. I have already been up the Amazon. I know all the ground and have special qualifications for this investigation.
Lord John Roxton's reputation as a sportsman and a traveler is, of course, world famous,
said the chairman.
At the same time, it would certainly be as well to have a member of the press upon such an expedition.
Then I move,
said Professor Challenger,
that both these gentlemen be elected as representatives of this meeting to accompany Then I move,
said Professor Challenger,
that both these gentlemen be elected as representatives of this meeting to accompany Professor Summerlee upon his journey to investigate and to report upon the truth of my statements.
And so, amid shouting and cheering, our fate was decided, and I found myself borne away in the human current which swirled towards the door, with my mind half stunned by the vast new project which had risen so suddenly before it. As I emerged from the hall, I was conscious for a moment of a rush of laughing students, down the pavement, and of an arm wielding a heavy umbrella, which rose and fell in the midst of them. Then, amid a mixture of groans and cheers, Professor Challenger's electric brougham slid from the curb, and I found myself walking under the silvery lights of Regent Street, full of thoughts of Gladys and of wonder as to my future. Suddenly there was a touch at my elbow. I turned and found myself looking into the humorous, masterful eyes of the tall, thin man who had volunteered to be my companion on this strange quest.
Mr. Malone, I understand,
said he.
We are to be companions. What? My rooms are just over the road in the Albany.
Let's go with direct and assertive.
Mr. Malone, I understand,
said he.
We are to be companions. What? My rooms are just over the road, in the Albany. Perhaps you would have the kindness to spare me half an hour, for there are one or two things that I badly want to say to you.
In on this strange quest.
Mr. Malone.
Okay.
Suddenly there was a touch at my elbow. I turned and found myself looking into the humorous, masterful eyes of the tall, thin man who had volunteered to be my companion on this strange quest.
Mr. Malone, I understand,
said he.
We are to be companions. What? My rooms are just over the road, in the Albany. Perhaps you would have the kindness to spare me half an hour, for there are one or two things that I badly want to say to you.
Okay,
We are to be companions. What? My rooms are just over the road, in the Albany. Perhaps you would have the kindness to spare me half an hour, for there are one or two things that I badly want to say to you.
Okay, so that was chapter 5. Okay, so how much has it cost chapter 5? We were on $13.14. If we refresh the website, we are on $12.84. So we have spent 16 plus 14, 30 cents. 30 cents with the chapter 5 that has 12 pages. So that is for the first generation of the speech and the multiple regenerations, just 30 cents. Okay, so now we will go with the chapter 6. Before proceeding with the chapter generation, we are going to check how much we have spent so far with the LLM. So we are on this amount. Okay, so now what we are going to do is we are going to get a better analysis of the actors with the good model ChatGPT for Omni. Okay, so let's go. Okay. This chapter is it's about a meeting between Malone and Lord John Roxton. Okay, and well, Lord John Roxton is on the higher level, on the global Codex, so we can delete it from here. We can delete it both, the narrator and Lord Roxton. Okay. And now what we are going to do is just to recalculate the assignation of each dialogue to the right character. Okay, again we are going to use a good LLM. Okay, so we got the result. Let's save the progress, and now let's go to the pages to review if the assignation has been done properly. Okay, this is narration, and this is the meeting between Lord John Roxton. So we would start with him, exactly, and then him, and this curious phrase he pronounced as if it were all one word. We are going to go with narrator here, and this is silence. And this is Lord John Roxton. This is Malone, Roxton, Malone, Roxton, Malone, Roxton, Malone, Roxton, Malone, Roxton, Malone. Okay, let's adjust the amount. Okay, so we have what do you mean? And this is Lord George Roxton. This is Malone, and this is Malone. This is Roxton. I saw that. Okay, this is Roxton also. Then Malone. Then Roxton. Then Malone, then Roxton, Malone, Roxton, then Roxton, then Roxton, Malone, no, Roxton, and then on the canonical bullet, this the weak one, fair advantage, 10 more yards. On the canonical bullet, his changed hands. Okay, this is Roxton. By the way, it's Roxton, Malone, Roxton, okay, there is one huge paragraph here. Okay. This is massive. This is a massive paragraph. Okay, let's split this paragraph. It's too huge, this one. So we are going to split it. Okay, we are going to split the whole paragraph entirely from here. Okay, so we are going to create a new page. And we are going to paste the result here. Okay, and we are going to adjust the size. This is a whole paragraph. Okay, so we have to delete it from here. Okay. The timeline has been updated, and the timeline here we can well, it's only Rockstone talking, but we are going to ask the LLM about the motions that this section should be expressed. Okay, so Rockstone, and Rockstone. Okay. And here we are going to increase the size of the... Okay. By the way, is Rockstone, Malone, I never saw. Okay, then it's Rockstone, and then it's narration. Narration, then is this is Challenger. Exactly, the system has properly identified Challenger. And this is not a dialogue, so we are going to use characters that can be used just to quote, but the system won't identify it as a dialogue. And we are going to clean the format. Okay. Okay, so we can save the progress. Now we are going to adjust the timings, adding the layer, the image layer. Okay, so we are going to here create visual format, and we are going to with Omni Mini, and okay, we save the progress. And now we can proceed to generate the chapter 6. Let me review that all the pages are fully centered. Okay, everything seems fine. Okay, so let's go with the text-to-speech generation. Okay, the text-to-speech generation for the chapter 6 has been completed. Let's review the results.
Chapter 6. I was the flail of the Lord. Lord John Roxton and I turned down Vigo Street together and through...
Okay, it seems that the timings are not properly calculated. Let's give it another try.
Lord John Roxton and I turned down Vigo Street together and through the dingy portals of the famous aristocratic rookery. At the end of a long drab passage, my new acquaintance pushed open a door and turned on an electric switch. A number of lamps shining through tinted shades bathed the whole great room before us in a ruddy radiance. Standing in the doorway and glancing round me, I had a general impression of extraordinary comfort and elegance, combined with an atmosphere of masculine virility. Everywhere there were mingled the luxury of the wealthy man of taste and the careless untidiness of the bachelor. Rich furs and strange iridescent mats from some oriental bazaar were scattered upon the floor. Pictures and prints, which even my unpracticed eyes could recognize as being of great price and rarity, hung thick upon the walls. Sketches of boxers, of ballet girls, and of racehorses alternated with a sensuous Fragonard, a Marshal Girardet, and a dreamy Turner. But amid these varied ornaments there were scattered the trophies which brought back strongly to my recollection the fact that Lord John Roxton was one of the great all-round sportsmen and athletes of his day. A dark blue oar crossed with a cherry-pink one above his mantelpiece spoke of the old Oxonian and Leander man, while the foils and boxing gloves above and below them were the tools of a man who had won supremacy with each. Like a dado round the room was the jutting line of splendid heavy game heads, the best of their sort from every quarter of the world, with the rare white rhinoceros of the Lado enclave drooping its supercilious lip above them all. In the centre of the rich red carpet was a black and gold Louis Quinze table, a lovely antique, now sacrilegiously desecrated with marks of glasses and the scars of cigar stumps. On it stood a silver tray of smokables and a burnished spirit stand, from which and an adjacent siphon my silent host proceeded to charge 2 high glasses. Having indicated an armchair to me and placed my refreshment near it, he handed me a long, smooth Havana. Then, seating himself opposite to me, he looked at me long and fixedly with his strange, twinkling, reckless eyes of a cold light blue, the colour of a glacier lake. Through the thin haze of my cigar smoke I noted the details of a face which was already familiar to me from many photographs. The strongly curved nose, the hollow, worn cheeks, the dark, ruddy hair, thin at the top, the crisp, virile moustaches, the small, aggressive tuft upon his projecting chin. Something there was of Napoleon III, something of Don Quixote, and yet again something which was the essence of the English country gentleman, the keen, alert, open-air lover of dogs and of horses. His skin was of a rich flower-pot red from sun and wind. His eyebrows were tufted and overhanging, which gave those naturally cold eyes an almost ferocious aspect, an impression which was increased by his strong and furrowed brow. In figure he was spare, but very strongly built. Indeed, he had often proved that there were few men in England capable of such sustained exertions. His height was a little over 6 feet, but he seemed shorter on account of a peculiar rounding of the shoulders. Such was the famous Lord John Roxton as he sat opposite to me, biting hard upon his cigar and watching me steadily in a long and embarrassing silence.
"Well,"
said he at last,
"we've gone and done it, young fellow, my lad."
This curious phrase he pronounced as if it were all one word. "Young fella, me lad."
"Yes, we've taken a jump, you and me. I suppose now when you went into that room there was no such notion in your head." "What?"
"No thought of it."
"The same here. No thought of it. And here we are."
Okay, there is this dog barking. I am going to close. Yeah. The reason why I had the window open is that it's pretty hot right now, and I am going to suffer. But let's let's do it. And let's change the motion of Rockstone to something more intense. Direct. Direct.
The same here. No thought of it.
Okay. Let's go with direct.
Of course, you said so when you took it on. By the way, I've got a small job for you if you'll help me.
With pleasure.
Don't mind taking a risk, do you?
Okay, let's regenerate these dialogues.
Well,
said he at last,
we've gone and done it, young fella, my lad.
This curious phrase he pronounced as if it were all one word. Young fella, me lad.
Yes, we've taken a jump, you and me. I suppose now, when you went into that room, there was no such notion in your head. What?
No thought of it.
The same here. No thought of it. And here we are, up to our necks in the tureen. Why, only been back 3 weeks from Uganda, and taken a place in Scotland, and signed the lease and all. Pretty goings on what? How does it hit you?
Well, it is all in the main line of my business. I am a journalist on the Gazette.
Of course, you said so when you took it on. By the way, I've got a small job for you if you'll help me.
With pleasure.
Don't mind taking a risk, do you?
What is the risk?
Okay, no. What is the risk? No, don't be so...
What is the risk?
Well, it's Ballinger. He's the risk.
Okay, also, surprise, no. Let's go with direct.
What is the risk?
Well, it's Ballinger. He's the risk. You've heard of him?
No.
Why, young fella? Where have you lived? Sir John Ballinger is...
Okay, cheerful. Let's go with direct.
What do you mean to do then? I asked.
Well, my idea was that you and I could rush him. He may be dozing, and first he can only wing one of us, and the other should have him. If we can get his bolster cover around his arms and then phone up a stomach pump, we'll give the old dear the supper of his life.
It was a rather desperate business.
Okay, let's generate this one.
Why, young fella, where have you lived? Sir John Ballinger is the best gentleman jock in the North Country. I could hold him on the flat at my best, but over jumps he's my master. Well, it's an open secret that when he's out of training, he drinks hard. Striking an average, he calls it. He got delirium on Tuesday and has been raging like a devil ever since. His room is above this. The doctors say that it is all up with the old dear unless some food has got into him. But as he lies in bed with a revolver on his coverlet, and swears he will put 6 of the best through anyone that comes near him, there's been a bit of a strike among the serving men. He's a hard nail, is Jack, and a dead shot too, but you can't leave a Grand National winner to die like that. What?
What do you mean to do then? I asked.
Well, my idea was that you and I could rush him.
What do you mean to do then? I asked.
Well, my idea was that you and I could rush him. He may be dozing, and at the worst he can only wing one of us, and the other should have him. If we can get his bolster cover around his arms and then phone up a stomach pump, we'll give the old dear the supper of his life.
It was a rather desperate business to come...
Well, my idea was that you and I could rush him. He may be dozing, and at the worst he can only wing one of us, and the other should have him. If we can get his bolster cover around his arms and then phone up a stomach pump, we'll give the old dear the supper of his life.
It was a rather desperate business to come suddenly into one's day's work. I don't think that I am a particularly brave man. I have an Irish imagination. It was a rather desperate business to come suddenly into one's day's work. I don't think that I am a particularly brave man. I have an Irish imagination which makes the unknown and the untried more terrible than they are. On the other hand, I was brought up with a horror of cowardice and with a terror of such a stigma. I dare say that I could throw myself over a precipice, like the Hun in the history books, if my courage to do it were questioned, and yet it would surely be pride and fear, rather than courage, which would be my inspiration. Therefore, although every nerve in my body shrank from the whiskey-maddened figure which I pictured in the room above, I still answered, in as careless a voice as I could command, that I was ready to go. Some further remark of Lord Roxton's about the danger only made me irritable. "Talking won't make it any better," said I. "Come on." I rose from my chair and he from his. Then, with a little confidential chuckle of laughter, he patted me 2 or 3 times on the chest, finally pushing me back into my chair.
"All right, Sonny, my lad."
"Talking won't make it any better," said I. "Come on." I rose from my chair and he from his. Then, with a little confidential chuckle of laughter, he patted me 2 or 3 times on the chest, finally pushing me back into my chair.
"All right, Sonny, my lad. You'll do,"
said he.
Okay, more cheerful. Let's go with energetic.
"All right, Sonny, my lad. You'll do,"
said he. I looked up in surprise.
"I saw after Jack Ballinger myself this morning. He blew a hole in the skirt of my kimono, bless his shaky old hand. But we got a jacket on him, and he's to be all right in a week. I say, young fella, I hope you don't mind." "What? You see, between you and me close-tiled, I look on this South American business as a mighty serious thing, and if I have a pal with me, I want a man I can bank on."
Okay, let's change the motion of him to something more. Let's go with direct.
"I saw after Jack Ballinger myself this morning. He blew a hole in the skirt of my kimono, bless his shaky old hand. But we got a jacket on him, and he's to be all right in a week. I say, young fella, I hope you don't mind." "What?" "You see, between you and me close-tiled, I look on this South American business as a mighty serious thing, and if I have a pal with me, I want a man I can bank on. So I sized you down, and I'm bound to say that you came well out of it. You see, it's all up to you and me, for this old Summerlee man will want dry nursing from the first. By the way, are you by any chance the Malone who is expected to get his rugby cap for Ireland?"
"A reserve, perhaps."
"I thought I remembered your face. Why, I was there when you got that try against Richmond. As fine a swerving run as I saw the whole season. I never miss a rugby match if I can help it, for it is the manliest game we have left. Well, I didn't ask you in here just to talk sport. We've got to fix our business. Here are the sailings on the first page of the Times. There's a booth boat for Para next Wednesday week, and if the professor and you can work it, I think we should take it." "What? Very good, I'll fix it with him. What about your outfit?"
"My paper will see to that."
"Can you shoot?"
Okay, no. Let's go with direct.
"Can you shoot?"
"About average territorial standard."
"Good Lord, as bad as that?"
"My paper will see to that."
"Can you shoot?"
"About average territorial standard."
"Good Lord, as bad as that? It's the last thing you young fellas think of learning. You're all bees without stings so far as looking after the hive goes. You'll look silly some of these days when someone comes along."
Let's go with something like energetic.
"Good Lord, as bad as that? It's the last thing you young fellows think of learning. You're all bees without stings so far as looking after the hive goes. You'll look silly some of these days when someone comes along and sneaks the honey. But you'll need to hold your gun straight in South America, for, unless our friend the professor is a madman or a liar, we may see some queer things before we get back. What gun have you?"
He crossed to an oaken cupboard and as he threw it open, I caught a glimpse of glistening rows of parallel barrels, like the pipes of an organ.
I'll see what I can spare you out of my own battery. I'll see what I can spare you out of my own battery,
said he. One by one he took out a succession of beautiful rifles, opening and shutting them with a snap and a clang, and then patting them as he put them back into the rack as tenderly as a mother would fondle her children.
This is Bland's 577. I got that big fellow with it. Ten more yards, and he would have added me to. On that conical bullet, his one chance hangs. 'Tis the weak one's advantage fair. I hope you know your Gordon, for he's the poet of the horse and the gun and the man that handles. This is a Bland's 577 Axite Express,
said he.
I got that big fellow with it.
He glanced up at the white rhinoceros.
10 more yards, and he would have added me to his collection. On that conical bullet his one chance hangs. 'Tis the weak one's advantage fair. I hope you know your Gordon, for he's the poet of the horse and the gun and the man that handles both. Now, here's a useful tool. 470 telescopic sight, double ejector, point blank up to 350. That's the rifle I used against the Peruvian slave drivers 3 years ago. I was the flail of the Lord up in those parts, I may tell you, though you won't find it in any blue book. There are times, young
Let's go with direct.
Hope you know your Gordon, for he's the poet of the horse and the gun and the man that handles both. Now, here's a useful tool. Hope you know your Gordon, for he's the poet of the horse and the gun and the man that handles both. Now, here's a useful tool. 470 telescopic sight, double ejector, point blank up to 350. That's the rifle I used against the Peruvian slave drivers 3 years ago. I was the flail of the Lord up in those parts, I may tell you, though you won't find it in any blue book. There are times, young fella, when every one of us must make a stand for human right and justice, or you never feel clean again. That's why I made a little war on my own. Declared it myself, waged it myself, ended it myself. Each of those nicks is for a slave murderer, a good row of them. What? That big one is for Pedro Lopez, the king of them all, that I killed in a backwater of the Putumayo River. Now, here's something that would do for you.
He took out a beautiful brown and silver rifle.
Well rubbered at the stock, sharply sighted, 5 cartridges to the clip. You can trust your life to that.
He handed it to me and closed the door of his oak cabinet.
By the way...
Okay. No. By the way,
What do you know of this Professor Challenger?
Okay, that's enough.
He handed it to me and closed the door of his oak cabinet. He handed it to me and closed the door of his oak cabinet.
By the way...
He continued, coming back to his... He handed it to me and closed the door of his oak cabinet.
By the way,
he continued, coming back to his chair.
What do you know of this Professor Challenger?
I, never saw him till today.
Well, neither did I.
Okay,
Well, neither did I. It's funny we should both sail under sealed orders from a man we don't know. He seemed an uppish old bird. His brothers of science don't seem too fond of him either. How came you to take an interest in the affair?
I told him shortly my experiences of the morning, and he listened intently. Then he drew out a map of South America and laid it on the table.
I believe every single word he said to you was the truth,
said he, earnestly.
And, mind you, I have something to go on when I speak like that. South America is a place I love, and I think, if you take it right through from Darien to Fuego, it's the grandest, richest, most wonderful bit of earth upon this planet. People don't know it yet, and don't realize what it may become. I've been up and down it from end to end, and had 2 dry seasons in those very parts, as I told you when I spoke of the war I made on the slave dealers. Well, when I was up there, I heard some yarns of the same kind, traditions of Indians and the like, but with something behind them, no doubt. The more you knew of that country, young fella, the more you would understand that anything was possible. Anything. There are just some narrow water lanes along which folk travel, and outside that it is all darkness. Now, down here in the Mato Grande.
He swept his cigar over a part of the map.
Or up in this corner where 3 countries meet. Nothing would surprise me. As that chap said tonight, there are...
Okay, this one is enthusiastic, not so much enthusiastic as the previous one was passionate. Let's try passionate. Even though it's not in the list of available emotions, but it seems to work well for the previous.
Or up in this corner where 3 countries meet, nothing would surprise me. As that chap said tonight, there are 50,000 miles of waterway running through a forest that is very near the size of Europe. You and I could be as far away from each other as Scotland is from Constantinople, and yet each of us be in the same great Brazilian forest. Man has just made a track here and a scrape there in the maze. Why, the river rises and falls the best part of 40 feet, and half the country is a morass that you can't pass over. Why shouldn't something new and wonderful lie in such a country? And why shouldn't we be the men to find it out? Besides,
he added, his queer, gaunt face shining with delight,
there's a sport and risk in every mile of it. I'm like an old golf ball. I've had all the white paint knocked off me long ago. Life can whack me about now, and it can't leave a mark. But a sport and risk, young fella, that's the salt of existence. Then it's worth living again. We're all getting a deal too soft and dull and comfy. Give me the great wastelands and the wide spaces, with a gun in my fist and something to look for that's worth finding. I've tried war and steeplechasing and airplanes, but this hunting of beasts that look like a lobster supper dream is a brand new sensation.
He chuckled with glee at the prospect. Perhaps I have dwelt too long upon this new acquaintance, but he is to be my comrade for many a day, and so I have tried to set him down as I first saw him, with his quaint personality and his queer little tricks of speech and of thought. It was only the need of getting in the account of my meeting which drew me at last from his company. I left him seated amid his pink radiance, oiling the lock of his favorite rifle, while he still chuckled to himself at the thought of the adventures which awaited us. It was very clear to me that if dangers lay before us, I could not in all England have found a cooler head or a braver spirit with which to share them. That night, wearied as I was after the wonderful happenings of the day, I sat late with McArdle, the news editor, explaining to him the whole situation, which he thought important. That night, wearied as I was after the wonderful happenings of the day, I sat late with McArdle, the news editor, explaining to him the whole situation, which he thought important enough to bring next morning before the notice of Sir George Beaumont, the chief. It was agreed that I should write home full accounts of my adventures in the shape of successive letters to McArdle, and that these should either be edited for the Gazette as they arrived, or held back to be published later, according to the wishes of Professor Challenger, since we could not yet know what conditions he might attach to those directions which should guide us to the unknown land. In response to a telephone inquiry, we received nothing more definite than a fulmination against the press, ending up with the remark that if we would notify our boat, he would hand us any directions which he might think it proper to give us at the moment of starting. A second question from us failed to elicit any answer at all, save a plaintive bleat from his wife to the effect that her husband was in a very violent temper already, and that she hoped we would do nothing to make it worse. A third attempt later in the day provoked a terrific crash, and a subsequent message from the Central Exchange that Professor Challenger's receiver had been shattered. After that, we abandoned all attempt at communication. And now, my patient readers, I can address you directly no longer. From now onwards, if indeed any continuation... And now, my patient readers, I can address you directly no longer. From now onwards, if indeed any continuation of this narrative should ever reach you, it can only be through the paper which I represent. In the hands of the editor, I leave this account of the events which have led up to one of the most remarkable expeditions of all time, so that if I never return to England, there shall be some record as to how the affair came about. I am writing these last lines in the saloon of the Booth liner Francisca, and they will go back by the pilot to the keeping of Mr. McArdle. Let me draw one last picture before I close the notebook, a picture which is the last memory of the old country which I bear away with me. It is a wet, foggy morning in the late spring. A thin, cold rain is falling. 3 shining Macintoshed figures are walking down the quay, making for the gangplank of the great liner from which the Blue Peter is flying. In front of them, a porter pushes a trolley piled high with trunks, wraps and gun cases. Professor Summerlee, a long, melancholy figure, walks with dragging steps and drooping head, as one who is all... And now, my patient readers,
Okay. In order for the process to be able to handle to calculate the timing where each word appears, it can handle paragraphs so massive. So for the sake of that, we are going to create paragraphs. Okay, so we are going to create paragraphs in places that make sense. Okay, I think that it would be able to handle that.
And now, my patient readers, I can address you directly no longer. From now onwards, if indeed any continuation of this narrative should ever reach you, it can only be through the paper which I represent. In the hands of the editor, I leave this account of the events which have led up to one of the most remarkable expeditions of all time, so that if I never return to England, there shall be some record as to how the affair came about. I am writing these last lines in the saloon of the Booth liner Francisca, and they will go back by the pilot to the keeping of Mr. McArdle. Let me draw one last picture before I close the notebook, a picture which is the last memory of the old country which I bear away with me. It is a wet, foggy morning in the late spring. A thin, cold rain is falling. 3 shining Macintoshed figures are walking down the quay, making for the gangplank of the great liner from which the Blue Peter is flying. In front of them, a porter pushes a trolley piled high with trunks, wraps and gun cases. Professor Summerlee, a long, melancholy figure, walks with dragging steps and drooping head, as one who is already profoundly sorry for himself. Lord John Roxton steps briskly, and his thin, eager face beams forth between his hunting cap and his muffler. As for myself, I am glad to have got the bustling days of preparation and the pangs of leave-taking behind me, and I have no doubt that I show it in my bearing. Suddenly, just as we reach the vessel, there is a shout behind us. It is Professor Challenger, who had promised to see us off. He runs after us, a puffing, red-faced, irascible figure.
No thank you,
says he.
I should much prefer not to go aboard.
Okay,
No thank you. I should much prefer not to go aboard. I have only a few words to say to you, and they can very well be said where we are. I beg you not to imagine that I am in any way indebted to you for making this journey. I would...
Okay, let's save the progress just in case that we want to recover the generated speech, and let's change the motion with direct and direct. And we are going to split this huge paragraph because it's a letter. No, it's not a letter. You have, okay, so we can put space between these two, and let's see if it's enough. Okay.
No thank you,
says he.
I should much prefer not to go aboard. I have only a few words to say to you, and they can very well be said where we are. I beg you not to imagine that I am in any way indebted to you for making this journey. I would have you to understand that it is a matter of perfect indifference to me, and I refuse to entertain the most remote sense of personal obligation. Truth is truth, and nothing which you can report can affect it in any way, though it may excite the emotions and allay the curiosity of a number of very ineffectual people. My directions for your instruction and guidance are in this sealed envelope. You will open it when you reach a town upon the Amazon which is called Manaus, but not until the date and hour which is marked upon the outside. Have I made myself clear? I leave the strict observance of my conditions entirely to your honor. No, Mr. Malone, I will place no restriction upon your correspondence, since the ventilation of the facts is the object of your journey. But I demand that you shall give no particulars as to your exact destination, and that nothing be actually published until your return. Goodbye, sir. You have done something to... published until your return. Goodbye, sir. You have done something to mitigate my feelings for the loathsome profession to which you unhappily belong. Goodbye, Lord John. Science is, as I understand, a sealed book to you, but you may congratulate yourself upon the hunting field which awaits you. You will no doubt have the opportunity of describing in the field how you brought down the rocketing Dimorphodon. And goodbye to you also, Professor Summerlee. If you are still capable of self-improvement, of which I am frankly unconvinced, you will surely return to London a wiser man.
So he turned upon his heel, and a minute later from the deck I could see his short, squat figure bobbing about in the distance as he made his way back to his train. Well, we are well down channel now. There's the last bell for letters, and it's goodbye to the pilot. We'll be down, hull down, on the old trail from now on. God bless all we leave behind us and send us safely back.
Okay, that was chapter 6. Okay. How much have we spent with chapter 6? So we were on $12.84. If we refresh the page, So it was 84 cents, and now it's 58 cents. So we have spent 640. 18 cents. 18 cents. We have spent 18 cents in this. And in regards to the LLM operations, we were at $1.28. So if we refresh, so 28 cents, now it's 37 cents, so we have spent 9 cents for the operations in regards to the identification of the dialogues, to which character do they belong to. So now let's repeat the process for the chapter 7. Okay, let's go first with a better analysis of the characters involved in this chapter. So let's go with ChatGPT Omni. Okay. Okay, plans for the expedition. Okay, so these 3 characters are already in the Codex, so we can eliminate them, so there would be no confusion with when the LLM is trying to identify the characters. Okay, so next we can now calculate the assignation of the dialogues to the right character. Okay, so let's go with ChatGPT Omni. Okay, let's save the progress. Let's review the results. Okay. Pretty huge paragraph we have right here. Let's split it because it's too massive, this paragraph. Okay, so this would be a good separation. We are going to create a new page with this text. Okay, and we are going to increase the size here, there. Okay, and let's assign them to the narrator. Okay. Okay, this is Rockstone. Let's go with what is there, pointing to the north. Let's go with direct, because curious is not a direct. More narration. These are the words These are the words of Professor Challenger, so let's go with Professor Challenger, then Lord Roxton, Lord that places besides him. We have 5 more minutes. The old deer is very precise, so this is Roxton and Roxton. And okay, the LLM hasn't properly calculated this paragraph, so let's do that. As I have said several times, the LLM sometimes with a larger text it's not going to be able to fully process the results. Anyone who has interacted with the AI knows that the answer, well, it might not be right at the first time, so it's necessary to either to split it in smaller chunks or try it again. Okay, so what can possibly... So this is Professor Summerlee talking. This is not Challenger, this is Summerlee and Summerlee. This is Roxton. This is Summerlee. This is Summerlee. Then Roxton and Roxton. Okay. So okay, this is Summerlee and Summerlee, and this is Malone. This is Roxton and Roxton. And finally, yes, this is Challenger, who joins the party. Professor Challenger, I am a few minutes late. This is Professor Challenger. And Professor Challenger is properly identified here. Okay. Okay. This is Lord John. Let's recalculate the voices for this page. Okay, so Roxton. Professor Mr. This is Challenger. This is you're already. We're gonna start tomorrow. I think this is Summerlee. Instead of enter to so. This is Challenger. Okay. This is Summerlee, that's right. And Challenger. Okay. Okay. Okay, let's Okay, so we have reviewed all the dialogues are properly assigned, and now it's time for the text-to-speech generation for this chapter. No, before that we need to calculate the visual layer to adjust the timings with Mini. Okay, let's save the progress, and now we can proceed with the text-to-speech generation. Okay, the text-to-speech generation for the chapter 7 has been finished. So let's review the results.
Chapter 7. Tomorrow we disappear into the unknown. I have said before that Lord John Roxton was a South America maniac. He could not speak of that great country without ardour. And this ardour was infectious, for, ignorant as I was, he fixed my attention and stimulated my curiosity. How I wish I could reproduce the glamour of his discourses, the peculiar mixture of accurate knowledge and of racy imagination which gave them their fascination, until even the professor's cynical and sceptical smile would gradually vanish from his thin face as he listened. He would tell the history of the mighty river so rapidly explored, for some of the first conquerors of Peru actually crossed the entire continent upon its waters, and yet so unknown in regard to all that lay behind its ever-changing banks.
What is there?
He would cry, pointing to the north.
Wood and marsh and unpenetrated jungle. Who knows what it may shelter? And
okay, it's the same voice? No. No, it's not the same voice. And this is energetic.
What is there?
He would cry, pointing to the north.
Wood and marsh and unpenetrated jungle. Who knows what it may shelter? And there to the south, a wilderness of swampy forest where no white man has ever been. The unknown is up against us on every side. Outside the narrow lines of the rivers, what does anyone know? Who will say what is possible?
Okay, maybe direct. It's a better emotion for this particular dialogue.
Wood and marsh and unpenetrated jungle. Who knows what it may shelter? And there to the south, a wilderness of swampy forest where no white man has ever been. The unknown is up against us on every side. Outside the narrow lines of the rivers, what does anyone know? Who will say what is possible in such a country? Why should old man Challenger not be right?
At which direct defiance the stubborn sneer would reappear upon Professor Summerlee's face, and he would sit, shaking his sardonic head in unsympathetic silence behind the cloud of his briar root pipe. So much, for the moment, for my two white companions, whose characters and limitations will be further exposed, as surely as my own, as this narrative proceeds. But already we have enrolled certain retainers who may play no small part in what is to come. The first is a gigantic Negro named Zambo, who is a black Hercules, as willing as any horse, and about as intelligent. Him we enlisted at Para, on the recommendation of the steamship company, on whose vessels he had learned to speak a halting English. It was at Para also that we engaged Gomez and Manuel, two half-breeds from up the river, just come down with a cargo of redwood. They were swarthy fellows, bearded and fierce, as active and wiry as panthers. Both of them had spent their lives in those upper waters of the Amazon which we were about to explore, and it was this recommendation which had caused Lord John to engage them. One of them, Gomez, had the further advantage that he could speak excellent English. These men were willing to act as our personal servants, to cook, to row, or to make themselves useful in any way at a payment of $15 a month. Besides these, we had engaged 3 Mojo Indians from Bolivia, who are the most skillful at fishing and boat work of all the river tribes. The chief of these we called Mojo, after his tribe, and the others are known as Jose and Fernando. 3 white men then, 2 half-breeds, 1 Negro, and 3 Indians made up the personnel of the little expedition which lay waiting for its instructions at Manaus before starting upon its singular quest. At last, after a weary week, the day had come and the hour. I ask you to picture the shaded sitting room of the Fazenda St. Ignacio, 2 miles inland from the town of Manaus. Outside lay the yellow, brassy glare of the sunshine, with the shadows of the palm trees as black and definite as the trees themselves. The air was calm, full of the eternal hum of insects, a tropical chorus of many octaves, from the deep drone of the bee to the high, keen pipe of the mosquito. Beyond the veranda was a small cleared garden, bounded with cactus hedges and adorned with clumps of flowering shrubs, round which the great blue butterflies and the tiny hummingbirds fluttered and darted in crescents of sparkling light. Within we were seated round the cane table, on which lay a sealed envelope. Inscribed upon it, in the jagged handwriting of Professor Challenger, were the words,
"Instructions to Lord John Roxton and party, to be opened at Manaus upon July 15th at 12 o'clock precisely."
Lord John had placed his watch upon the table beside him.
"We have 7 more minutes,"
said he.
"The old dear is very precise."
Professor Summerlee gave an acid smile as he picked up the envelope in his gaunt hand.
What can it possibly matter whether we open it now or in 7 minutes?
Said he.
It is all part and parcel of the same system of quackery and nonsense, for which I regret to say that the writer is notorious.
"Oh, come, we must play the game according to rules,"
said Lord John.
"It's Old Man Challenger's show, and we are here by his good will, so it would be rotten bad form if we didn't follow his instructions to the letter."
A pretty business it is,
cried the professor bitterly.
It struck me as preposterous in London, but I'm bound to say that it seems even more so upon closer acquaintance. I don't know what is inside this envelope, but unless it is something pretty definite, I shall be much tempted to take the next down-river boat and catch the Bolivia at Para. After all, I have some more responsible work in the world than to run about disproving the assertions of a lunatic. Now, Roxton, surely it is time.
"Time it is,"
said Lord John.
"You can blow the whistle."
He took up the envelope and cut it with his penknife. From it he drew a folded sheet of paper. This he carefully opened out and flattened on the table. It was a blank sheet. He turned it over. Again it was blank. We looked at each other in a bewildered silence, which was broken by a discordant burst of derisive laughter from Professor Summerlee.
It is an open admission,
he cried.
What more do you want? The fellow is a self-confessed humbug. We have only to return home and report him as the brazen impostor that he is.
Invisible ink, I suggested.
"I don't think."
Okay, this one is totally wrong. Let's go with assertive.
"I don't think,"
said Lord Roxton, holding the paper to the light.
"No, young fella, my lad. There is no use deceiving yourself. I'll go bail for it that nothing has ever been written upon this paper."
"May I come in?"
boomed a voice from the veranda. The shadow of a squat...
Okay, the entrance of Professor Challenger. Let's go with energetic.
"May I come in?"
boomed a voice from the veranda. The shadow of a squat figure had stolen across the...
Let's go with surprised.
"May I come in?"
boomed a voice from the veranda. The shadow of a squat figure had stolen across the patch of sunlight. That voice, that monstrous breadth of shoulder. We sprang to our feet with a gasp of astonishment as Challenger, in a round, boyish straw hat with a coloured ribbon, Challenger, with his hands in his jacket pockets and his canvas shoes daintily pointing as he walked, appeared in the open space before us. He threw back his head, and there he stood in the golden glow with all his old Assyrian luxuriance of beard, all his native insolence of drooping eyelids and intolerant eyes.
"I fear,
said he, taking out his watch,
that I am a few minutes too late. When I gave you this envelope, I must confess that I had never intended that you should open it, for it had been my fixed intention to be with you before the hour. The unfortunate delay can be apportioned between a blundering pilot and an intrusive sandbank. I fear that it has given my colleague, Professor Summerlee, occasion to blaspheme.
I am bound to say, sir,
said Lord John, with some sternness of voice,
that your turning up is a considerable relief to us, for our mission seemed to have come to a premature end. Even now I can't for the life of me understand why you should have worked it in so extraordinary a manner.
Instead of answering, Professor...
Let's change the motion of Roxton here with direct.
I am bound to say, sir,
said Lord John, with some sternness of voice,
that your turning up is a considerable relief to us, for our mission seemed to have come to a premature end. Even now I can't for the life of me understand why you should have worked it in so extraordinary a manner.
Instead of answering, Professor Challenger entered, shook hands with myself and Lord John, bowed with ponderous insolence to Professor Summerlee, and sank back into a basket chair, which creaked and swayed beneath his weight.
Is all ready for your journey?
He asked.
We can start tomorrow.
I think that we can start tomorrow with Malone. It's not clear, and is the order that ready for tomorrow is energetic. So,
is all ready for your journey?
He asked. We can start tomorrow.
Then so you shall.
Okay, then you should.
Then so you shall. You need no chart of directions now. Sit.
Okay, more energy, please. Let's go with direct.
Then so you shall. You need no chart of directions now, since you will have the inestimable advantage of my own guidance. From the first I had determined that I would myself preside over your investigation. Most elaborate charts would, as you will readily admit, be a poor substitute for my own intelligence and advice. As to the small ruse which I played upon you in the matter of the envelope, it is clear that, had I told you all my intentions, I should have been forced to resist unwelcome pressure to travel out with you.
Not from me, sir,
exclaimed Professor Summerlee heartily.
So long as there was another ship upon the Atlantic.
Challenger waved him away with his great hairy hand.
Your common sense will, I am sure, sustain my objection.
Assured. Let's go with direct again.
Challenger waved him away with his great hairy hand.
Your common sense will, I am sure, sustain my objection, and realize that it was better that I should direct my own movements and appear only at the exact moment when... Your common sense will, I am sure. Your common sense will, I am sure, sustain my objection, and realize that it was better that I should direct my own movements and appear only at the exact moment when my presence was needed. That moment has now arrived. You are in safe hands. You will not now fail to reach your destination. From henceforth I take command of this expedition, and I must ask you to complete your preparations tonight, so that we may be able to make an early start in the morning. My time is of value, and the same thing may be said, no doubt, in a lesser degree of your own. I propose, therefore, that we push on as rapidly as possible, until I have demonstrated what you have come to see.
Lord John Roxton has chartered a large steam launch, the Esmeralda, which was to carry us up the river. So far as climate goes, it was immaterial what time we chose for our expedition, as the temperature ranges from 75 to 90 degrees both summer and winter, with no appreciable difference in heat. In moisture, however, it is otherwise. From December to May is the period of the rains, and during this time the river slowly rises until it attains a height of nearly 40 feet above its low water mark. It floods the banks, extends in great lagoons over a monstrous waste of country, and forms a huge district called locally the Gapo, which is for the most part too marshy for foot travel and too shallow for boating. About June the waters begin to fall and are at their lowest at October or November. Thus our expedition was at the time of the dry season, when the great river and its tributaries were more or less in a normal condition. The current of the river is a slight one, the drop being not greater than 8 inches in a mile. No stream could be more convenient. The current of the river is a slight one, the drop being not greater than 8 inches in a mile. No stream could be more convenient for navigation, since the prevailing wind is southeast, and sailing boats may make a continuous progress to the Peruvian frontier, dropping down again with the current. In our own case, the excellent engines of the Esmeralda could disregard the sluggish flow of the stream, and we made as rapid progress as if we were navigating a stagnant lake. For 3 days we steamed northwestwards up a stream which even here, 1,000 miles from its mouth, was still so enormous that from its centre the 2 banks were mere shadows upon the distant skyline. On the 4th day after leaving Manaus, we turned into a tributary which at its mouth was little smaller than the main stream. It narrowed rapidly, however, and after 2 more days steaming we reached an Indian village, where the professor insisted that we should land and that the Esmeralda should be sent back to Manaus. We should soon come upon rapids, he explained, which would make its further use impossible. He added privately that we were now approaching the door of the unknown country, and that the fewer whom we took into our confidence, the better it would be. To this end also he made each of us give our word of honor that we would publish or say nothing which would give any exact clue as to the whereabouts of our travels, while the servants were all solemnly sworn to the same effect. It is for this reason that I am compelled to be vague in my narrative, and I would warn my readers that in any map or diagram which I may give the relation of, places to each other may be correct, but the points of the compass are carefully confused, so that in no way can it be taken as an actual guide to the country. Professor Challenger's reasons for secrecy may be valid or not, but we had no choice but to adopt them, for he was prepared to abandon the whole expedition rather than modify the conditions upon which he would guide us. It was August 2nd when we snapped our last link with the outer world by bidding farewell to the Esmeralda. Since then 4 days have passed, during which we have engaged 2 large canoes from the Indians, made of so light a material, skins over a bamboo framework, that we should be able to carry them round any obstacle. These we have loaded with all our effects, and have engaged 2 additional Indians to help us in the navigation. I understand that they are the very 2, Ataka and Ipetu by name, who accompanied Professor Challenger upon his previous journey. They appear to be terrified at the prospect of repeating it, but the chief has patriarchal powers in these countries, and if the bargain is good in his eyes, the clansman has little choice in the matter. So tomorrow we disappear into the unknown. This account I am transmitting down the river by canoe, and it may be our last word to those who are interested in our fate. I have, according to our arrangement, addressed it to you, my dear Mr. McArdle, and I leave it to your discretion to delete, alter, or do what you like with it. From the assurance of Professor Challenger's manner, and in spite of the continued skepticism of Professor Summerlee, I have no doubt that our leader will make good his statement, and that we are really on the eve of some most remarkable experiences.
Okay, so that was the chapter 7. Okay, so before proceeding with the chapter 8, let's review how much we have spent in the text-to-speech generation. We were on $12.58. So if we refresh the page, the chapter 7 from 58 to 33. So we have spent 23, around 27 cents. Okay, so let's go and about the amount that we have spent with the LLM operations. We are on 37th, and we are now are on 43, so 5 cents. Okay, so let's go with chapter 8. For the chapter 8, we have a pretty good identification of the characters involved in the story. Okay, so we are going to go straight with resynchronization of the scenes. Okay, we need to resynchronize the scenes. That means that we need to process the scenes again. We can go with Mini because it's about identifying the different scenes in this chapter. So it's not really necessary to be accurate about the scenes. Okay, we got the scenes, and now that we are synchronized, we can proceed with the find out to which character does each dialogue belongs to. Okay, and this time we need to go with Omni. Okay, let's save the progress and review the results. Okay, this is narrator. Really is challenger conceit. He is man or repeat. Really. Okay, it can be the narrator, the one saying this, but we can choose challenger. Narration, and okay, we are missing Gomez. Yeah, we are going to choose a voice for Gomez, and for Zambo also. We don't have voices that can be from Latin America, so we are going to go with any voice for these characters. Gomez appears in different chapters, not many, but yes, it appears. Also, Zambo appears in several chapters. It's also not. It doesn't appear too many times, but it's also critical for the story. So just let's choose two male voices that can be.
Hi, my name is Dale.
Hi, my name is Hunter. I am an English... Hi, my name is Rohit. I am an English voice from India.
Okay, we can go with this for Gomez. Okay, Gomez Rohit. Okay. And let's look for another voice for Zambo this time.
Hi, my name is Shane.
Hi, my name is Renee. I am an English voice from the United States. Hi, my name is Benny. I am an English voice from...
Hi, my name is Ed. I am an English voice from the United States.
Okay, let's go with Ed for the character of Zambo. Okay, so let's continue reviewing the paragraphs. Then I ask This is the Malone. Drums is Roxton. And let's calculate again the right identification of the dialogues for this individual page. Okay, so we get something better. Yes, Malone, then Roxton, right, then Gomez, then Malone, then Gomez, these dialogues can be performed by the narrator. Okay, this is Challenger, Summerlee, Challenger, Summerlee, I shoot, then Challenger and Challenger. Okay. Then this is Challenger and this is Summerlee. This is Challenger, narration. This is Gomez. Okay. This is Roxton. This is Summerlee. Challenger. Summerlee, Challenger, perhaps, and this is Summerlee. Indeed, perhaps you would define my Excel. Yes, sir. You are. This is Summerlee. Dear me is Challenger and Challenger. Narration. Challenger. And Summerlee. Okay. And this is Challenger. And this is Summerlee and Summerlee. And this is yes, this is Roxton. I forgot. Lord Roxton came away, however, his face was most grave. This is Roxton, and narration. Okay, let's save the changes, and now we can proceed with the text-to-speech generation of this chapter. Okay, so let's do that.
Chapter 8. The Outlying Pickets of the New World. Our friends at home may well rejoice with us, for we are at our goal, and up to a point at least, we have shown that the statement of Professor Challenger can be verified. We have not, it is true, ascended the plateau, but it lies before us, and even Professor Summerlee is in a more chastened mood. Not that he will for an instant admit that his rival could be right, but he is less persistent in his incessant objections, and has sunk for the most part into an observant silence. I must hark back, however, and continue my narrative from where I dropped it. We are sending home one of our local Indians who is injured, and I am committing this letter to his charge, with considerable doubts in my mind as to whether it will ever come to hand. When I wrote last, we were about to leave the Indian village where we had been deposited by the Esmeralda. I have to begin my report by bad news, for the first serious personal trouble. I pass over the incessant bickerings between the professors occurred this evening, and might have had a tragic ending. I have spoken of our English-speaking half-breed, Gomez, a fine worker and a willing fellow, but afflicted, I fancy, with the vice of curiosity, which is common enough among such men. On the last evening he seems to have hid himself near the hut in which we were discussing our plans, and being observed by our huge Negro Zambo, who is as faithful as a dog and has the hatred which all his race bear to the half-breeds, he was dragged out and carried into our presence. Gomez whipped out his knife, however, and but for the huge strength of his captor, which enabled him to disarm him with one hand, he would certainly have stabbed him. The matter has ended in reprimands, the opponents have been compelled to shake hands, and there is every hope that all will be well. As to the
Okay, so in case that this whole action hasn't been heard, I have just performed the visual layer operation just to adjust the timings between the different pages, and we are continuing with the reviewing process. Okay, so let's continue. This page, let's make it a little bit smaller. Okay.
To shake hands, and there is every hope that all will be well. As to the feuds of the two learned men, they are continuous and bitter. It must be admitted that Challenger is provocative in the last degree, but Summerlee has an acid tongue, which makes matters worse. Last night Challenger said that he never cared to walk on the Thames embankment and look up the river, as it was always sad to see one's own eventual goal. He is convinced, of course, that he is destined for Westminster Abbey. Summerlee rejoined, however, with a sour smile by saying that he understood that Millbank Prison had been pulled down. Challenger's conceit is too colossal to allow him to be really annoyed. He only smiled in his beard and repeated,
Really, really,
in the pitying tone.
Really, really,
in the pitying tone one would use to a child. Indeed, they are children both, the one wizened and cantankerous, the other formidable and overbearing, yet each with a brain which has put him in the front rank of his scientific age. Brain, character, soul. Only as one sees more of life does one understand how distinct is each. The very next day we did actually make our start upon this remarkable expedition. We found that all our possessions fitted very easily into the 2 canoes, and we divided our personnel 6 in each, taking the obvious precaution in the interests of peace of putting 1 professor into each canoe. Personally, I was with Challenger, who was in a beatific humor, moving about as one in a silent ecstasy and beaming benevolence from every feature. I have had some experience of him in other moods, however, and shall be the less surprised when the thunderstorms suddenly come up amidst the sunshine. If it is impossible to be at your ease, it is equally impossible to be dull in his company, for one is always in a state of half-tremulous doubt as to what sudden turn his formidable temper may take. For 2 days we made our way up a good-sized river some hundreds of yards broad, and dark in colour, but transparent, so that one could usually see the bottom. The affluents of the Amazon are, half of them, of this nature, while the other half are whitish and opaque, the difference depending upon the class of country through which they have flowed. The dark indicate vegetable decay, while the others point to clay soil. Twice we came across rapids, and in each case made a portage of half a mile or so to avoid them. The woods on either side were primeval, which are more easily penetrated than woods of the second growth, and we had no great difficulty in carrying our canoes through them. How shall I ever forget the solemn mystery of it? The height of the trees and the thickness of the boles exceeded anything which I, in my town-bred life, could have imagined, shooting upwards in magnificent columns until, at an enormous distance above our heads, we could dimly discern the spot, where they threw out their side branches into Gothic upward curves, which coalesced to form one great matted roof of verdure, through which only an occasional golden ray of sunshine shot downwards to trace a thin, dazzling line of light amidst the majestic obscurity. As we walked noiselessly amid the thick, soft carpet of decaying vegetation, the hush fell upon our souls which comes upon us in the twilight of the Abbey, and even Professor Challenger's full-chested notes sank into a whisper. Alone, I should have been ignorant of the names of these giant growths, but our men of science pointed out the cedars, the great silk cotton trees, and the redwood trees, with all that profusion of various plants which has made this continent the chief supplier to the human race of those gifts of nature which depend upon the vegetable world, while it is the most backward in those products which come from animal life. Vivid orchids and wonderful coloured lichens smouldered upon the swarthy tree trunks, and where a wandering shaft of light fell full upon the golden alamander, the scarlet star clusters of the taxonia, or the rich deep blue of Ipomea, the effect was as a dream of fairyland. In these great wastes of forest, life, which abhors darkness, struggles ever upwards to the light. Every plant, even the smaller ones, curls and writhes to the green surface, twining itself round its stronger and taller brethren in the effort. Climbing plants are monstrous and luxuriant, but others which have never been known to climb elsewhere learn the art as an escape from that sombre shadow, so that the common nettle, the jasmine, and even the jassitara palm tree can be seen circling the stems of the cedars and striving to reach their crown. Of animal life there would and striving to reach their crowns. Of animal life there was no movement amid the majestic vaulted aisles which stretched from us as we walked, but a constant movement far above our heads told of that multitudinous world of snake and monkey, bird and sloth, which lived in the sunshine and looked down in wonder at our tiny, dark, stumbling figures in the obscure depths immeasurably below them. At dawn and at sunset the howler monkeys screamed together, and the parakeets broke into shrill chatter. But during the hot hours of the day, only the full drone of insects, like the beat of a distant surf, filled the ear, while nothing moved amid the solemn vistas of stupendous trunks, fading away into the darkness which held us in. Once some bandy-legged lurching creature, an anteater or a bear, scuttled clumsily amid the shadows. It was the only sign of earth life which I saw in this great Amazonian forest. And yet there were indications that even human life itself was not far from us in those mysterious recesses. On the third day out, we were aware of a singular deep throbbing in the air, rhythmic and solemn, coming and going fitfully throughout the morning. The two boats were paddling within a few yards of each other when first we heard it, and our Indians remained motionless as if they had been turned to bronze, listening intently with expressions of terror upon their faces. "What is it then?" I asked.
"Drums,"
said Lord John carelessly.
"War drums. I have heard them before.
Yes, sir. War drums,"
said Gomez, the half-breed.
"Wild Indians, bravos, not mansos. They watch us every mile of the way, kill us if they can."
"How can they watch us?"
The Indians know They have their own way. They watch us.
Drums,
said Lord John carelessly.
War drums. I have heard them before.
Yes, sir. War drums,
said Gomez, the half-breed.
Wild Indians, bravos, not mansos. They watch us every mile of the way, kill us if they can.
How can they watch us? I asked, gazing into the dark, motionless void. The half-breed shrugged his broad shoulders.
The Indians know. They have their own way. They watch us. They talk the drum, talk to each other, kill us if they can.
By the afternoon of that day, my pocket diary shows me that it was Tuesday, August 18th. At least 6 or 7 drums were throbbing from various points. Sometimes they beat quickly, sometimes slowly, sometimes in obvious question and answer, one far to the east breaking out in a high staccato rattle, and being followed after a pause by a deep roll from the north. There was something indescribably nerve-shaking and menacing in that constant mutter, which seemed to shape itself into the very syllables of the half-breed, endlessly repeated, "We will kill you if we can. We will kill you if we can." No one ever moved in the silent woods. All the peace and soothing of quiet nature lay in that dark curtain of vegetation. But away from behind there came ever the one message from our fellow man. "We will kill you if we can," said the men in the east. "We will kill you if we can," said the men in the north. All day the drums rumbled and whispered, while their menace reflected itself in the faces of our coloured companions. Even the hardy, swaggering half-breed seemed cowed. I learned, however, that day once for all that both Summerlee and Challenger possessed that highest type of bravery, the bravery of the scientific mind. Theirs was the spirit which upheld Darwin among the gauchos of the Argentine or Wallace among the headhunters of Malaya. It is decreed by a merciful nature that the human brain cannot think of two things simultaneously, so that if it be steeped in curiosity as to science, it has no room for merely personal considerations. All day, amid that incessant and mysterious menace, our two professors watched every bird upon the wing, and every shrub upon the bank, with many a sharp wordy contention, when the snarl of Summerlee came quick upon the deep growl of Challenger, but with no more sense of danger, and no more reference to drum-beating Indians, than if they were seated together in the smoking room of the Royal Society's Club in St. James's Street. Once only did they condescend to discuss
Mirana or
Once only did they condescend to discuss them,
Mirana or Amadwaka cannibals,
said Challenger.
Doubt, sir. Like all such tribes, I shall expect to find them of polysynthetic speech and of Mongolian.
Polysynthetic, certainly,
said
Mirana or Amadwaka cannibals,
said Challenger, jerking his thumb towards the reverberating wood.
No doubt, sir.
Summerlee.
Mirana or Amadwaka cannibals,
said Challenger, jerking his thumb towards the reverberating wood.
No doubt, sir.
Summerlee answered.
No doubt, sir.
Summerlee answered.
Like all such tribe.
Mirana or Amajwaka cannibals,
said Challenger, jerking his thumb towards the reverberating wood.
No doubt, sir.
Summerlee answered.
Like all such tribes, I shall expect to find them of polysynthetic speech and of Mongolian type.
Polysynthetic, certainly,
said Challenger, indulgently.
I'm not aware that any other type of language exists in this continent, and I have notes of more than 100. The Mongolian theory I regard with deep suspicion.
I should have thought that even a limited knowledge of comparative anatomy would have helped to verify it,
said Summerlee, bitterly. Challenger thrust out his aggressive chin until he was all beard and hat rim.
No doubt, sir, a limited knowledge would have that effect. When one's knowledge is exhaustive, one comes to other conclusions.
They glared at each other in mutual defiance, while all round rose the distant whisper.
We will kill you. We will kill you if...
Okay, no, this is... This can be speeched by the narrator and without any kind of emotion.
We will kill you. We will kill you if we can. That night we moored our canoes with heavy stones for anchors in the center of the stream and made every preparation for a possible attack. Nothing came, however, and with the dawn we pushed upon our way, the drum beating dying out behind us. About 3 o'clock in the afternoon we came to a very steep rapid, more than a mile long, the very one in which Professor Challenger had suffered disaster upon his first journey. I confess that the sight of it consoled me, for it was really the first direct corroboration, slight as it was, of the truth of his story. The Indians carried first our canoes and then our stores through the brushwood, which is very thick at this point, while we four whites, our rifles on our shoulders, walked between them and any danger coming from the woods. Before evening we had successfully passed the rapids and made our way some 10 miles above them, where we anchored for the night. At this point I reckoned that we had come not less than 100 miles up the tributary from the main stream. It was in the early forenoon of the next day that we made the great departure. Since dawn, Professor Challenger had been acutely uneasy, continually scanning each bank of the river. Suddenly he gave an exclamation of satisfaction and pointed to a single tree, which projected at a peculiar angle over the side of the stream.
What do you make of that?
He asked.
It is, sure...
What do you make of that?
He asked.
It is, surely an acai palm,
said Summerlee.
Exactly. It was an acai palm which I took for my landmark. The secret opening is half a mile onwards upon the other side of the river. There is no break in the trees. That is the wonder and the mystery of it. There where you see light green rushes instead of dark green undergrowth. There between the great cottonwoods. That is my private gate into the unknown. Push through and you will understand.
It was indeed a wonderful place. Having reached the spot marked by a line of light green rushes, we pulled out 2 canoes through them for some hundreds of yards, and eventually emerged into a placid and shallow stream running clear and transparent over a sandy bottom. It may have been 20 yards across, and was banked in on each side by most luxuriant vegetation. No one who had not observed that for a short distance reeds had taken the place of shrubs could possibly have guessed the existence of such a stream, or dreamed of the fairyland beyond. For a fairyland it was, the most wonderful that the imagination of man could conceive. The thick vegetation met overhead, interlacing into a natural pergola, and through this tunnel of verdure in a golden twilight flowed the green, pellucid river, beautiful in itself, but marvelous from the strange tints thrown by the vivid light from above, filtered and tempered in its fall. Clear as crystal, motionless as a sheet of glass, green as the edge of an iceberg, it stretched in front of us under its leafy archway, every stroke of our paddles sending 1,000 ripples across its shining surface. It was a fitting avenue to a land of wonders. All sign of the Indians had passed away, but animal life was more frequent, and the tameness of the creatures showed that they knew nothing of the hunter. Fuzzy little black velvet monkeys, with snow-white teeth and gleaming, mocking eyes, chattered at us as we passed. With a dull, heavy splash, an occasional caiman plunged in from the bank. Once a dark, clumsy tapir stared at us from a gap in the bushes, and then lumbered away through the forest. Once, too, the yellow, sinuous form of a great puma whisked amid the brushwood, and its green, baleful eyes glared hatred at us over its tawny shoulder. Bird life was abundant, especially the wading birds, stork, heron and ibis gathering in little groups, blue, scarlet and white, upon every log which jutted from the bank, while beneath us the crystal water was alive with fish of every shape and colour. For 3 days we made our way up this tunnel of hazy green sunshine. On the longer stretches one could hardly tell as one looked ahead where the distant green water ended and the distant green archway began. The deep peace of this strange waterway was unbroken by any sign of man.
No Indian here, too much afraid? Kurupuri,
said Gomez.
Kurupuri is the spirit of the woods,
Lord John explained.
It's a name for any kind of devil. The poor beggars think that there is something fearsome in this direction, and therefore they avoid it.
On the third day it became evident that
it's a name for any kind of devil. The poor Kurupuri is the spirit of the woods,
Lord John explained.
It's a name for any kind of devil. The poor beggars think that there is something fearsome in this direction, and therefore they avoid it.
On the third day it became evident that our journey in the canoes could not last much longer, for the stream was rapidly growing more shallow. Twice in as many hours we stuck upon the bottom. Finally we pulled the boats up among the brushwood and spent the night on the bank of the river. In the morning Lord John and I made our way for a couple of miles through the forest, keeping parallel with the stream, but as it grew ever shallower we returned and reported what Professor Challenger had already suspected, that we had reached the highest point to which the canoes could be brought. We drew them up, therefore, and concealed them among the bushes, blazing a tree with our axes so that we should find them again. Then we distributed the various burdens among us, guns, ammunition, food, a tent, blankets and the rest. And shouldering our packages, we set forth upon the more laborious stage of our journey. An unfortunate On the third day it became evident upon the more laborious stage of our journey. An unfortunate quarrel between our pepper pots marked the outset of our new stage. Challenger had, from the moment of joining us, issued directions to the whole party, much to the evident discontent of Summerlee. Now, upon his assigning some duty to his fellow professor, it was only the carrying of an aneroid barometer. The matter suddenly came to a head.
May I ask, sir,
said Summerlee, with vicious calm,
in what capacity you take it upon yourself to issue these orders?
Challenger glared and bristled.
I do it, Professor Summerlee.
May I ask, sir,
said Summerlee, with vicious calm,
in what capacity you take it upon yourself to issue these orders?
Challenger glared and bristled.
I do it, Professor Summerlee. As leader of this expedition,
I am compelled to tell you, sir, that I do not recognize you in that capacity.
Indeed.
Challenger bowed with unwieldy
Indeed.
Challenger bowed with unwieldy sarcasm.
Perhaps you would define my exact position.
Yes, sir. You are a man whose veracity is upon trial, and this committee is here to try it. You walk, sir, with your judges.
Dear me,
said Challenger, seating himself on the side of one of the canoes.
In that case you will, of course, go on your way, and I will follow at my leisure. If I am not the leader, you cannot expect me to lead.
Thank heaven that there were two sane men, Lord John Roxton and myself, to prevent the petulance and folly of our learned professors from sending us back empty-handed to London, such arguing and pleading and explaining before we could get them mollified. Then at last Summerlee, with his sneer and his pipe, would move forwards, and Challenger would come rolling and grumbling after. By some good fortune we discovered about this time that both our savants had the very poorest opinion of Dr. Illingworth of Edinburgh. Thenceforward that was our one safety, and every strained situation was relieved by our introducing the name of the Scotch zoologist. when both our professors would form a temporary alliance and friendship in their detestation and abuse of this common rival, advancing in single file along station and abuse of this common rival. Advancing in single file along the bank of the stream, we soon found that it narrowed down to a mere brook, and finally that it lost itself in a great green morass of sponge-like mosses, into which we sank up to our knees. The place was horribly haunted by clouds of mosquitoes and every form of flying pest, so we were glad to find solid ground again and to make a circuit among the trees, which enabled us to outflank this pestilent morass which droned like an organ in the distance, so loud was it with insect life. On the second day after leaving our canoes, we found that the whole character of the country changed. Our road was persistently upwards, and as we ascended, the woods became thinner and lost their tropical luxuriance. The huge trees of the alluvial Amazonian plain gave place to the phoenix and cocoa palms, growing in scattered clumps, with thick brushwood between. In the damper hollows, the Mauritia palms threw out their graceful, drooping fronds. We travelled entirely by compass, and once or twice there were differences of opinion between Challenger and the two Indians, when, to quote the professor's indignant words, the whole party agreed to trust the fallacious instincts of undeveloped savages rather than the highest product of modern European culture. That we were justified in doing so was shown upon the third day, when Challenger admitted that he recognized several landmarks of his former journey, and in one spot we actually came upon 4 fire-blackened stones, which must have marked a camping place. The road still ascended, and we crossed a rock-studded slope which took 2 days to traverse. The vegetation had again changed, and only the vegetable ivory tree remained, with a great profusion of wonderful orchids, among which I learned to recognize the rare Natonia vexillaria and the glorious pink and scarlet blossoms of Cattleya and Odontoglossum. Occasional brooks with pebbly bottoms and fern-draped banks gurgled down the shallow gorges in the hill and offered good camping grounds every evening on the banks. Of some rock-studded pool where swarms of little blue-backed fish, about the size and shape of English trout, gave us a delicious supper. On the 9th day after leaving the canoes, having done, as I reckon, about 120 miles, we began to emerge from the trees, which had grown smaller until they were mere shrubs. Their place was taken by an immense wilderness of bamboo, which grew so thickly that we could only penetrate it by cutting a pathway with the machetes and billhooks of the Indians. It took us a long day. Billhooks of the Indians. It took us a long day, traveling from 7 in the morning till 8 at night, with only 2 breaks of 1 hour each to get through. It took us a long day, traveling from 7 in the morning till 8 at night, with only 2 breaks of 1 hour each. Our camp, exhausted by the interminable day. Early next morning we were again afoot and found that the character of the country had changed once again. Behind us was the wall of bamboo, as definite as if it marked the course of a river. In front was an open plain, sloping slightly upwards and dotted with clumps of tree ferns, the whole curving before us until it ended in a long whale-backed ridge. This we reached about midday, only to find a shallow valley beyond, rising once again into a gentle incline which led to a low, rounded skyline. It was here, while we crossed the first of these hills, that an incident occurred which may or may not have been important. Professor Challenger, who with the 2 local Indians was in the van of the party, stopped suddenly and pointed excitedly to the right. As he did so, we saw, at the distance of a mile or so, something which appeared to be a huge grey bird flap slowly up from the ground and skimmed smoothly off, flying very low and straight until it was lost among the tree ferns.
Did you see it?
Cried Challenger in exultation.
Did you see it? Did you see it? Did you see it? did you see it?
cried Challenger in exultation.
Summerlee, did you see it?
His
Summerlee, did you see it?
His colleague was staring at the spot where the creature had disappeared.
What do you claim that it was?
Yeah.
Summerlee, did you see it?
His colleague was staring at the spot where the creature had disappeared.
What do you claim that it was?
He asked.
To the
What do you claim that it was?
He asked.
To the best of my belief, a pterodactyl.
Summerlee burst into derisive laughter.
A PTR fiddlestick?
Said he.
It was a stork, if ever I saw one.
Challenger was too furious to speak. He simply swung his pack upon his back and continued upon his march. Lord John came abreast of me, however, and his face was more grave than was his wont. He had his Zeiss glasses in his hand.
I focused it before it got over... I won't undertake to say what it was. I focused it before it got over the trees,
said he.
I won't undertake to say what it was, but I'll risk my reputation as a sportsman that it wasn't any bird that ever I clapped eyes on in my life.
So there the matter stands. Are we really just at the edge of the unknown, encountering the outlying pickets of this lost world of which our leader speaks? I give you the incident as it occurred, and you will know as much as I do. It stands alone, for we saw nothing more which could be called remarkable. And now, my readers, if ever I have any, I have brought you up the broad river, and through the screen of rushes, and down the green tunnel, and up the long slope of palm trees, and through the bamboo brake, and across the plain of tree ferns. At last our destination lay in full sight of us. When we had lay in full sight of us. When we had crossed the second ridge, we saw before us an irregular, palm-studded plain, and then the line of high red cliffs which I have seen in the picture. There it lies, even as I write, and there can be no question that it is the same. At the nearest point, it is about 7 miles from our present camp, and it curves away, stretching as far as I can see. Challenger struts about like a prize peacock, and Summerlee is silent but still skeptical. Another day should bring some of our doubts to an end. Meanwhile, as Jose, whose arm was pierced by a broken bamboo, insists upon returning, I send this letter back in his charge, and only hope that it may eventually come to hand. I will write again as the occasion serves. I have enclosed with this a rough chart of our journey, which may have the effect of making the account rather easier to understand.
Okay, that was chapter 8. So let's check how much we have spent in chapter 8. So we are on $12.33 for the text-to-speech generation. So if we refresh the page, from 33 cents we go down to 7 cents. So we have spent 27 cents, yes, around 27 cents. And about the LLM, we were on 43 cents. So if we refresh the page, we got, okay, 7 cents more. So we are on track. Okay, so let's go with the chapter 9.